Hello and welcome to TeaPK. This is the D&D campaign for Shadows of Thistledale. Today is the third episode. Last episode was a few weeks ago, as we took a break over the holidays. Hopefully everyone at home had a good time. My name is Tom Pickering, and I have 6 other wonderful, fantastic, glorious, amazing people joining me, as usual, for today's adventure. We're going to be using webcams for the first time. I've also updated the overlays a little bit, so here, let me click a button and let's see if it actually works. Boom. Hey, everyone give a wave, as you are now on camera. So this is the current overlay. We do have a little bit of space down to, well, directly below me right now, where I'll probably put some advertisements or just, you know, I don't know. So if anyone in the group has anything you want to advertise, projects, whatever, then I'll end up chucking it in there. But let's introduce everyone. So I've obviously introduced myself. I'll be doing the game mastering, all the voices for everything, the cows, the grass, the people, people's parents, dead people, who knows, gods. But let's start introducing everyone. So let's start from the top left with you, Damp. Who are you and who are you playing?
Hello, I am Damp, Big Damp for my friends, and I play Flare. I like climbing trees, falling out of trees, and shooting things with an arrow.
Awesome. Next up, Mr. James, aka Malachi.
Hi, I'm James, also known as Mini Moz. I'm playing Malachi, the poor, tortured soul.
And soon to be the potential village reject if things keep going. What about you, Figglebottom? Who are you?
I'm Oscar/Flame. I'm playing Figglebottom, who is a forest gnome ranger who uses a sling to attack his enemies.
Lovely. We've got some exciting things for you coming up on your next level up. It's going to be good. Next up, Mr. Fiddlebottom, aka Taylor.
My name's Taylor. I play Fiddlebottom, gnome druid with a staff. He likes everything old and historical.
Yeah, a little bit of a sage, if you will, for the village. What about you, Slim? Who are you and who are you playing?
Hello, I'm James Slimkins, and I'm playing Theo Hogsvale, who is a lovable halfling fool, but also a very powerful sorcerer. He just doesn't know it yet.
Love it. And obviously, last but not least, Mr. Howden, aka Luke.
I'm Luke, playing Halvin Proctor, who is a paladin of the god Durandal.
That's awesome. Love it. We'll hear more about Durandal, I'm sure, during the rest of this session and, episode and going on through. So, obviously, if anyone has any recommendations for improving the stream, please let us know. We'll be taking a 15-minute break halfway through, as per usual. We're not going to be doing another 7-hour session. That is not the case. We're going to be sticking to a hard 4-hour limit on this front. So halfway through at about 8 o'clock GMT or 7 p.m. 9 p.m. CET, we'll be taking a 15-minute break and then finishing up around 10:15 our time or GMT time or 11 CET time. VOD will be available on Twitch and eventually YouTube and maybe Spotify in the future, who knows. First off, before I do a quick recap, you know what time it is. Let's see who gets the DM's point of inspiration today. If I could have everyone do a roll a d20 in chat, and I will switch over to this other view. Boom. And the highest roll gets a point of inspiration for the whole of this session. You have to use it in the session. If you don't use it, it just disappears. And obviously, not obviously, but also as a GM, I get a point of inspiration. I can use it for NPCs, PCs, depending on what I feel. So just let me know. And yeah, let's see who won this. So we have, I think, 4 or 5 rolls. You can't roll. Why can you not
I don't
roll?
know what's going on. I can't interact with the right bar with all the stuff on it.
Can you
with, the character? It
do
just
it?
won't let me click on anything.
Can you do a quick refresh?
Yeah, sorry.
All good. Tech issues are bound to happen.
God, I love technical stuff.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Still no.
So is it the fact that you can't click in the box in the bottom right, or?
It's everything, just the whole toolbar on the right. For now, I'll try to figure it out. But you can keep going without me.
Yeah, I'll do a roll for you. 1d20. See if you get the GM luck. You do not. Let me reveal it. There we go. So that is going to be you, Oscar Flame. You get your point of inspiration there. Very nice, very nice. Awesome. So let me just check on the view on this front, because I've changed up a little bit in regards to how obviously the scene is viewed and everything. We are using Foundry VTT for anyone asking and wondering. But let's get started. I'm actually going to change this music slightly. I'll just switch it to this whilst I'm doing that. And I will do an intro. It's going to be a fairly long one for this one, just because it's been a few weeks. But just to recap over a few bits. Last episode, we saw the party start off with having to make another major decision. Which flavor of power did they want to give the village of Thistledale? From the wish that they had spoken in the previous episode. They were presented with 3 options. If you want to know all of them, go back, watch the session. After a lot of back and forth, they came to a decision. But alas, a majority vote was not enough. It needed to be a unified vote. And unfortunately, they took longer than 10 minutes that they were given. And so all the parties started to be crushed and pushed together via the mist that carried them and had them floating in the air. The damage that was done, which I think was 6 bludgeoning damage, if I remember correctly, almost knocked multiple players unconscious. And the booming voice demanded the group speed up or be crushed. A few minutes later, just in time, they came to a unified decision with option 1, which was the following. Enable village protection through a unique method involving local natural power. Be mindful of unforeseen consequences in the surrounding area. May also bring self-sufficiency. Once called out, the mist dropped them to the ground and flew back into the bowl and then shot out towards the now open door to this temple's basement. The party spent the night at the ruined Temple of Somnia, exploring parts of it over the night and keeping watch. In the morning, the party made their way through the forest, eventually coming to Oscar's body, where the group said their goodbyes and buried him beneath a nearby tree. Hal read a prayer of their god, Videntia, of Oscar's god specifically. From the ground you rose, to the ground you now return. Let your tomb be a source of life anew. The group carried on through the rest of the forest, entering a patch of densely covered area by the nearby trees. Shadows lurked around every corner, which lashed out at the different players, causing them to panic and run through the rest of the forest into the glades. Once out of the forest, it wasn't long before the party could see a huge green dome that extended over a massive expanse of distance over the fields, over the whole of the village and the farms around it. As the party made their way closer, around 200 feet away from the dome itself, they could see the ground around them withered and dead. A dead bird nearby, just laying on the ground, stiff and unmoving. The party sort of observing the scene around them, and how caught sight just in time as a shadow moving from behind a tree rushed at the group, and a fight ensued. The party ended up winning the fight, but there was a couple of close calls with a few saves as life seemingly was being pulled from them as they were fighting these shadowy creatures, a floating wisp with a fairly weird central sort of light or eye to it, and a couple of creepy tool-looking creatures. I'm trying to think of how, like, almost like if you think of like Slenderman, I guess, almost that kind of tool and weird lankiness, but just made of sort of shadow. In a lot of ways, just darkness. Eventually, obviously killing them, made their way closer to the dome, worried that it may kill them, similar to the bird. Someone, I'm not sure who it was, threw the bird, the dead bird, against the dome. It bounced off out into the air and exploded mid-air. A little bit worrying. But nonetheless, Malachi was the first to proceed, walked through the dome, and eventually the rest of the party followed. Inside the dome, it was warm and sunny and just a nice breeze, whereas outside the dome it was cold, dreary, and the sun seemed to be a little bit dimmer in the immediate vicinity of the dome. Outside, that is. The party spoke on what they want to do. It seemed fairly, empty where they were at this point. This dome expands a large area to be, like, the whole village is probably good, like 150 acres big. Just sort of like size-wise, we're probably looking at maybe, let me get my actual notes up on here so you guys can have this. The radius is about 1 mile from the center to the edge, and anything else you guys will have to try and search it out. But it's a big, fairly big village with all things considered. So this covers the farms and everything. But the party split up and went a few different ways. Well, actually, it was just Hal who walked off. He wanted to go and see if his parents are at their house at Durandale's Rest, his family's home and place of worship for Durandale, the god of compassion, endurance, and suffering. The village seemed empty. His house held none of his family in it, but had some stew in the pot by the fire, staying warm. A usual sight at this time of day. Eventually, he made his way to the village centre to meet up with everyone else who'd made their way towards the Hearth tavern at the centre of the village. Finding most of the village people sort of in and around, about a good 70 people out of the 150 that they were originally in the square, arguing and shouting over whatever the hell was going on. Sam and Will, the two people that had survived and accompanied you to fight the direwolves during the last couple of sessions, ran over to their kids who were standing next to Greta, who owns the tavern. Flair steps forward, looking to take presence and the situation in her hands, shoots an arrow up into the air to make a spectacle of the moment. And as she shouts and tries to gather their attention, the arrow comes hurtling back down and slams straight into her own foot, causing her to wince, but she bears through the pain and carries on. This garnering definitely the attention of people as there's whispers of kind of bewilderment and it's like, what the fuck is going on? But people recognizing, obviously, you're one of the groups that went off, and there were obviously survivors who had come back earlier on. Flair explains what happened, that the wolves are dead, the dome has come from a wish that you were forced to make at Malachi's temple. The mention of Malachi's temple started whispers around the square. Some people maybe a little bit more aggressive and pointing towards Malachi. Hal walks into the square eventually, over to the group and his parents, explaining that it was the Temple of Somnia. It's caused a loud sort of set of whispers sort of rippling through the crowd and a few shouts of like, how dare you, and blah, blah, blah. Arnold Proctor, Hal's father, tried to calm everyone down and tell them not to jump to acts of violence or acts out of fear. Gareth Ironwheel came forward and mentioned how he was meant to be making his way along the Meadows Ward trail to Sea Haven, taking last month's goods to be sold. Hal spoke up alongside his father, attempted to soothe the situation, still leaving a lot of questions lingering, but people seemed to, it was fairly late in the day at this point. People were wanting to sort of separate off and walk away, and that's essentially where we'll jump back in as people start dispersing after this sort of conversation and things have happened, wanting to potentially regather in the future, maybe the next day. But for now, people are kind of just exhausted, mentally exhausted from the situation. They're not used to having to deal with this level of stress. But yes, this is where we'll jump back in. You're all in the square with Hal's parents, the Proctors. Greta, Will, Sam, and their two kids walk back over towards the Hearth Tavern. What are you all doing?
Question.
Nobody wants to go first. I think Theo being non-confrontational will probably just be like, I don't know, stood looking at Flair's foot. Just like, oh, it doesn't look good, that will probably, that might need,
It's fine.
I'm gonna have to take that out.
What arrow? It's fine.
Right,
Just
you
blood
I don't feel anything.
trickling out the bottom
Just
of her
carry
foot.
on talking and I'll just pull it out, shall I?
Is it still in the foot?
Yeah.
I can try and get it. And then use a bit of lay on hands to soothe it.
Alright, I'll pull it out. You fix it up.
Go for it.
Alright, well, I guess I'd snap it in half and then
give
do it that way rather than just try and pull the whole arrow back out of her foot.
How much HP do you need? I have seven lay on hands left.
I don't know if she's there. Are you there?
Oh, she died. Have we lost her? I think we lost
Her
her.
camera
Oh.
feed's gone.
Yeah, she's frozen.
Yeah, frozen.
The arrow did her in.
Yeah.
Flair
Took
is
an arrow to the
dead.
knee.
Yeah, just.
I'm
frozen
hurt,
in time.
Hal. Can you heal me?
I only have set. I
Her
have 7
internet
HP.
has gone down, so
Lovely.
we will we'll have Flair back in a bit.
Rest in peace, Flair.
Figure out how much
trapped
you
in
need.
stasis.
All right. So essentially, the arrow is still in her foot. You're able to snap it and pull it off. She is currently. Let me have a look.
There she is.
Oh,
She's back.
I'm back. Let
You are
me
back?
set up stuff again. I'm so sorry. My internet
it's all
went
good.
out.
All good. Oh.
What's the time, Tom, at the moment in game?
Let me check.
How long were we out doing the?
It was around dinner, wasn't it? Because I went in and checked, and they were making food at my house.
Yeah, it's like around dinner
Yeah.
time, so it's probably around like 4 or 5 p.m.
I'll,
do you need-
I'll sleep it off.
Do you need a bit of healing?
Was that a new link? Is it?
Yeah. Oh, she's busy as well.
I sent you whatever link I got.
Oh, yeah, that's the same link. That's good. So I can just click this, and you are back.
Alright.
Awesome.
Cool. Sorry.
No, all good, all good. Tech issues going to happen. That's why it's just the case. So how and Theo were seeing to your arrow wound there that you're pretending doesn't exist? Theo
Yes.
snapped the arrow and pulled it out, and how is asking how you are feeling.
You know, maybe I should see a doctor, but not because I want to or need to, just for fun.
I'll pull out my my classic herb bag and start doing a bit of healing.
Yeah,
how much you need?
I would say just before you answer that, just for everyone, like as far as you all know, like the main sort of like people who would see to wounds and stuff is the Proctor family. They're fairly diverse sort of like family who will see to a lot of things. Otherwise, perhaps even Fiddle as well would help at times as well, and Elsie who is now pushing up the daisies. But yeah, how is asking you, Flair, if you
How much HP do you want?
How much HP? Oh,
asking
God,
a nice
let me
meta
check.
question.
I just,
What is a HP?
What is it?
My health, what numbers are 13 out of 19.
I'll give you.
So I'm not the worst. I'm
I'll give you
honestly
4 then.
fine.
You get
I don't
a
know,
nice
that's-
4 back.
Yeah, 4
Those are
is
some
like
pretty good numbers.
There's someone
That's
else
high.
needing more. Have we got some people worse off?
I'm hurt, but I could
Oh,
probably sleep it off.
I'm
I'll run over.
fine.
I'll give you
I
a little
think they've
3.
had-
I'll give you a little. Go on.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, 3
Just in
is very
case.
appreciated.
You know, we might get attacked or something, and I'm gonna get a little bit.
Well,
We gotta
what
make
the
it
hell
work.
do we do now? The village hate us.
They do. They do hate us.
We try to help.
We tried our best.
It seems like the village more hate me than the rest of you. You seem to be fine.
I'm so sorry,
Alas.
Malachi.
I've been made a pariah yet again. Yes.
I'm sure we can convince them that things will be better off now.
Yeah,
Wait,
No
will
more
they?
wolves gonna get in, at least.
Are we sure they will be better off?
Oh, no more wolves will
I'm
get
not.
in, at least.
By the way, I've been thinking about this, okay? So, hear me out. But what is
Yeah.
the logic of this dome, do you think?
Protection, probably, most likely.
And it
Wait.
protects the village, right?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So, does that like take into account village expansion? So, if we keep expanding the village, does the dome grow with it? How does this work, you know? Can we make
Maybe?
Tom's face right now?
Evil plotting going on right now.
I'm just-
If I go to another
I'm
village and I say I
questioning things.
claim this land for Thistledale, is a
How would
dome
it
just
grow?
gonna spring up there
No
as well?
self-sustaining village could survive, like, you know, on its own. A mile is not that long. As you know, I estimated the whole dome to be a mile long.
It's well
So
double
I'm
up.
asking the logic
Yes, it's
of
2
this
miles
dome.
wide.
Good choice.
So we need
Maybe,
to start a
not
conquest,
sure.
Theo. Every village is Thistledale.
Yeah. We just go and take
It's
them
just
over.
one mass village.
We take the
Because of the
Thistledale flag as long as we put it somewhere else. That's probably how it works.
No one can attack them. We're safe, you know, inside the dome. We expand the dome. Everything will be a dome, right?
Well, it
If it's not
It
in
relies-
the...
it relies on the fact the dome will expand.
Yes. Maybe we should test this logic. We can build a new house on the edge of the border and see what we're working with.
the
That
That's
easiest
a
sounds
great
way-
project.
boring.
Yeah.
If we go to the
What a
bridge or
D&D
if we
session.
go to the old temple and and try and verbally claim it for Thistledale.
True.
The last
If
thing
nothing
I want is
happens,
somebody of
nothing
some name
happens.
in the village. That's not happening.
Either way, we'll have to fight the shadows.
But
Well,
those are my
if you
thoughts on
bring
the
them inside the
situation.
dome by putting Somnia's temple inside of the village somehow, are you sure the dome will protect from what's inside? Because I'm not.
I can't say.
So let's
I've
not
never
risk it.
seen this before. I've never experienced anything like this. No.
Maybe we should ask them what they want us to do.
We could explain the situation and be like, how do you want to move forward?
What's going on around us right now, Tom? Are we just chatting in the middle of like all these villagers just stood
Everyone's
around,
going.
angry
So-
mob forming? Like,
There's like people have like wandered away from you guys, going back to the houses, or like a group of people went into the Emberhearth tavern. Let me double check their actual names as well, because this is technically kind of like the Dusty Bazaar. There's like a couple of stalls that would normally be set up on like on a Friday, during sort of Friday, the last day of the week rather, sort of for trading by Nora, Merchant, and Jed Waresmith, who had spoken up and at the end of last episode. They've wandered off to their actual house that they have, but otherwise other people just sort of like dispersing. Hal, your family is still there. Arnold is still there at the moment, and Carol, they're just sort of standing there, sort of listening and just kind of taking in and looking at each other as you guys are speaking. So they're the only two sort of lingering.
Wait, I've had an idea. Maybe we need to put signs warning people, because people are going to come to Thistledale to trade. They won't know about the dome. We're going to cause loads of deaths.
We're sure the dome will do anything.
It
Yes.
hurt
shadows
us on the way
might.
in.
The dome didn't hurt us. The creatures
No.
did.
Yes.
but
But the
that
creatures
bird,
are from the
that bird
dome, right?
couldn't get in.
Are they? Or are they from
Yeah,
somewhere
but that
else?
bird couldn't get in. So what defines someone as a villager of Thistledale?
Well, the dome
Mm.
does it just let in
Mm.
villagers?
Maybe. I think that
don't
might
know.
be how it works. That's why I'm saying we all need to
Can they leave still?
occupy Thistledale.
Well, I think from memory I tested it and I could walk back out. So
You all tested it, then you could go
Yeah.
in and out.
we went in and out. So we know that.
There's so many variables when it comes to this.
Hmm.
So many.
Theo, what is
just don't know.
your...
Should we care?
What you after?
Yes. Yes, we should care. Yes.
Could
But
you
we
roll
can't do anything
a
about
wisdom check for me, Theo?
Sure.
We have a delivery to make from another to another
Nope,
village.
it's bad.
Start roll.
Cool, good to know.
I don't know
very
nothing
wise
about
today.
nothing, me.
Is that a few too many?
Yeah. I just want to say as well, thank you, Mia, aka Rowan, for subscribing 6 months in advance. In advance.
Wow.
Level 1, thank you very much. Lovely. Also on that note, I will eventually be including ways to potentially redeem things, like naming NPCs or taverns or certain things, having slight interactions with this world eventually, but probably not for the next few months. Anyway,
Redeem dragon attacks.
yeah, if you want to like summon an ancient white dragon or something to come in, like, fuck it.
£50 donation.
£50, like that's all good.
I'll kill these guys for cash. Don't worry about it.
I'm also in the middle of considering having a kind of an oracle deck for you guys to roll on in certain circumstances, but I'm wanting to leave that for now. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll just get you guys to roll on Theo's wild magic table, because I just want to see that rolled. Anyway,
So every 5 minutes, just throw wild magic just for no reason.
We'll get there. We'll get there at some point. I'll finally roll some wild magic.
Is anyone hungry? I'm hungry.
Yeah.
We can talk in the tavern. Why are we standing here?
True.
Might
Just
be a
gonna
bit
eat
risky
tavern.
going into the tavern while everything is so fresh.
Flora says, well, I need a drink, and goes to the
True.
tavern.
I'll
Takes
go.
Figglebottom with her. By the collar.
Yoink.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'll go with.
cool. You all go into the tavern.
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Awesome, here we go. Let's change scenes. So you walk on across the square, and it's nothing too impressive about this this village, to be honest. You guys are at the fringe of society, as it were. Laws do apply, but you're kind of also on your own in a lot of ways. It's why you didn't get any help with the direwolves. It's why you only have like one monthly shipment where you send things off and it comes back. Like you don't really have a crazy amount. Your small village on the fringe, just for everyone in chat and anything else, these guys are probably close to 6,500 miles away from the capital of this nation they're in. It's quite far, and this is the Heartlands, and these guys are on the border of Ashen Reach, which is the north. But you guys walk across, and the light is definitely dimming at this point, but you're in spring, so it's not too bad at this point. The tavern just looks like most of the buildings, nothing too glorious, but got two sort of fairly strong looking front doors that you can push open into this. And what you see on your image, the image in front of you, is pretty much what you see. It's fairly nicely set, giant hearth at the center of the room, keeping the whole place warm. Mostly just sort of wooden tables sort of set up for eating and drinking out. There are a couple of sort of lounge areas as well, with straw pillows and straw-filled pillows rather, and sort of a seating area. But otherwise, there's also a big bar where Greta's currently sitting behind, serving a drink to Will and Sam and their two children, who've got glasses of milk.
Something I wanted to ask. So, generally, the sort of leadership of the town, that would be like the elders, right? The village elders, or do we not? Is there not really a?
It's not really like an established hierarchy.
Okay.
It's kind of been more free will. There would have been years prior, sort of more of the elders, but once they died off, kind of traditions were lost, and no one sort of really filled in that role. The closest thing would have actually been not even leadership, but potential guidance was actually Flair's dad at some point. And even then, he would, I would just say, from my point of view, wouldn't have been taken that leadership up on his mantle, but he would have just been looking to try and protect and guide things in certain ways. But otherwise, it kind of just been down to a shouting match in the village square of the direction of certain things.
Well, maybe we should take everyone to the Grove, get everyone together there, and we can hear what everyone has to say about our new circumstances.
I think Greta would have heard a lot of whispers.
I think the tavern would provide the most natural forum for discourse. Especially after drinks have been flowing. People's true opinions generally come out that way. Yeah.
Claire
Alright,
has
so
like 5 drinks in hand and pops them down. She's like, yeah.
Oh, so do you go up to the bar
I
and
do
order
buy
some drinks?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you can go up there, and Greta's like, "Oh, hello.
Hello.
Uh,
Hello, Greta.
Are you guys wanting some drinks?"
Yes. Honestly, just happy to be alive. So would be awesome.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have some of the Meadowland brew, or we also have some of the Dusk Shade Ale.
Ooh, the Dusk Shade Ale sounds like a good choice. Let's go for that.
Okay. It's a bit of a herby ale. And she starts pouring some of the ale into
Claire
different
nods and listens. She likes
different mugs.
listening to alcohol talk.
So how
She's
many
like, wow.
how many ales do you want?
How many do we have? 6? 6 with total would be great.
6. They're like counting on their hand. There would be a 12 copper.
Okay. How many do I have? How do I check this?
If you go to your character sheet,
I am on my character sheet.
in inventory, you have 10 gold, which is essentially 100 silver, so 1,000 copper, in
Perfect.
essence. So if you just change it down to, if we give you 80, wait, how much did I say? 12. So 88 copper, and you have 9 silver and 9 gold. There you go.
Whoa.
Were we all supposed to start with money? Sorry.
Would it not be 8? Sorry.
It depends
What's
whether
crazy, we're
you.
using money
bought
now.
things.
8 silver.
It depends
Oh,
if you
yeah,
went
yeah.
equipment or gold. Oh, at the
How much
start.
you got equipment
12,
then,
right?
yeah.
Or am I just being an idiot? No, I'm being an idiot.
What is money?
How
don't-
high is the counter in this tavern?
It has like, it's built in a way in which it's sort of there's a tool part that then dips down to a part for the shorter of folk with stools that you can jump
Ah,
onto.
that's very accessible. Brilliant. I was going to ask someone to lift me up.
A piece. No, they're mindful. Like, so the main population of this village is half elven, elven, and human. And that's specifically half elf and half human. There are other mixes like half elves and half orcs, for example, in this setting. It's not just only half humans and half whatever. That's just stupid. But gnomes and halflings are here as well. There's actually a decent population of halflings, like for Theo's family, if I'm not insane. But otherwise, majority is larger, is the tool folk. But you are handed, all these ales are put on the counter. You're probably going to have to make more than one trip unless you want to try and take them all over. Is everyone else at the bar, or have you gone and claimed the table?
I'll carry the drinks and get a glass of water.
I'd have gone to a table.
A table.
I'm at the
Table.
bar.
All right.
I'm going to ask Greta something.
Go on then. So, well, order of business. Hal and Flair, you're able to pick up and carry over these, like 3 each, or is there something else you want?
Yeah, can
Yeah, I was going to
look
get
around?
water. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, go for it.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, you're given water as well.
Yeah, Al doesn't drink. So.
Oh, okay. Is just
2 ales for
Go to the
Theo
body.
then.
Yeah, I will pass it. Just walk over to Theo.
so just so I know as well. Does your whole family not drink?
I don't know. Probably Mum probably wouldn't.
Okay.
Dad probably would.
Yeah, from his soldier days. Flair, what were you saying? What were you wanting to ask Greta?
I think since we got here, I was also confused where the dog we brought back was as well.
He's with you.
Is he around?
Yeah, Fiddle's got him.
Okay, cool.
He's got a temporary leash around
By
him.
the leash.
Yeah,
Thank you.
which I I think will eventually
Nice.
the charm spell you use will eventually wear off. But yeah, the dog is still there. And also, just I think I might mention this last time, but in general, enchantry spells, especially used like, they're considered worse than like necromantic spells, because you're literally taking charge and forcing someone to do something. Like it's a weird concept. And so if you're using these kind of spells, like say on a sentient being or person, that is against the law. So if you were to do was it Circle of Truth or whatever, and the people weren't willing, or you didn't have the legal right to do so, so like if you weren't the guards or something doing it, and even then they have to have written permission from higher up, then you're going to be in trouble. So just keep that in mind if you have those certain spells. If you do that in public or against people who may well be able to prove that you did something, you may end up being in trouble. But you're also at the fringe of society, but also doing it on pets and stuff is not deemed bad. Slightly
Yeah, they're going to send soldiers 7,000 miles. Come on.
but
No, 400-ish.
yeah, so
Yeah, I'm sure that they wouldn't have been alerted by the giant golden sphere on the horizon.
so your closest town, we'll go through this as well, as I've probably done the actual distances on this. Via road, your closest town would... Oh, this is doing it in pixels, not... have to draw this. It would either be Sea Haven or Meadowspire. Meadowspire is sort of landlocked. Sea Haven is sort of on an inlet with like a direct out to the sea. It's sort of the main trading post for this far north. But yeah, otherwise you've got villages around you. But yeah, there's no real sections of guards around here and soldiers. But yeah, back into the order of things. Flair, Hal, you take your water, your ale, and you go over to the table and join up with Fiddle and Theo and Malachi. Figgle, what were you wanting to ask Greta?
Hey Greta, what have people been saying about the dome? Have they tried anything?
I mean, most of the people have just been staying away. It seems to extend out past our farms.
Really, nobody's been curious. Walked outside.
I think, actually no, Tom the Miller did, but we've not actually heard from him since.
Do you know which way he went?
You can see it, like, just sort of thinking, like, stroking her chin. I think went to the east. They're wanting to see if some of the pathways potentially over to Stonehaven might be open, but we didn't hear anything more.
Okay, maybe I'll look for him.
That'd be good. He's meant to be helping with the delivery of bread.
Yeah, okay. It's very strange.
I hope it doesn't get in the way of our delivery, though. It's meant to be getting some new ale.
I hope so too. But yeah, we'll find out. And I plop off the stool and like skitter over to the table where everyone is.
Okay.
Guys. Hey, your mouth, Theo. Greta just said Tom the Miller went east, out the dome, and she's not heard from him.
How long ago did he go? Did you ask?
No, I didn't. But
You're back
we
up
should
there
look
and
for
ask.
him. Okay. I run over. Oh, Greta. When did Tom leave?
Well, they, I think they left around midday, so a few hours ago now.
Alright, okay.
How long does it usually take for him to do the route?
I mean, if he's going all the way to Stonehaven, that would take him probably quite a while.
But he wasn't doing that, right? He was just checking.
No, he should have just been checking some of the pathways. That's the back routes. That's a good 70 miles going that way. Normally you'd want to go along the roads, but he was just wanting to check to see if some of the other ways that we potentially go would be free.
Run over to the table and just state what was just said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't be back yet. Right.
Or soon,
Well,
depending on how far he went out.
We could check in the morning.
I think that might be wise.
yeah, no point all going out and then wandering about in the dark just for him to walk back while we're looking for him. No point in that.
Maybe have someone keeping watch overnight
I'm
to
going
make
home.
sure that he does come back.
I was going to say,
Perhaps
do we have a home?
We
I
do,
have
yeah.
I asked
Yeah,
both
go
of
home
you
and
the,
sleep.
I
the,
don't.
the other week.
It's
Obviously,
your
shed at the
shop
pig
front.
farm.
I don't have a home.
So Malachi, you have a ruined building on the outskirts of the village that you sleep at.
Is that in the dome or out?
That's in the dome. Both for the Bottoms family, you have your own sort of little hovel, like a house that you use as a bit of a shop front, but it's not like a shop or anything. It's
No.
where you potentially sell some herbs or knowledge, as it were. Not that popular with people in the village. There's not really any real bookworms or researchers here. Fiddle's definitely the outcast in that regards, wanting to learn more about the gods and the ways of the world compared to everyone else. But you have got your own little house. Everyone here has, including Flair and obviously Theo. You got your family farm.
Do we all go home and have a little sleep?
Yeah, but I'm gonna smash 2 more ales first, though. I gotta
Yeah.
say.
You'll be up all night, don't worry.
I had you my my ale as well.
How drunk are we at this point, Tom?
I mean,
We had
you
1 ale.
yeah, you've had one out. It
Mate.
depends. Like, you tell me what's your.
How drunk
What's
you
it-
getting?
Make
Roll
a
for roll for
constitution check.
drunkenness. Yeah.
I have an
Yep.
arrow in my foot.
No, you
No, you
don't
don't.
have an
Pull
arrow.
someone
Wait,
take it
you
out.
don't
Or
anymore?
we took it
Oh,
out.
we took it out.
Wait, how many
It's
points?
here if you want it, and I
That's why
hold
I healed you.
the 2
Wow,
broken
give
bits of
me
the arrow.
That's why I healed you for +4 earlier.
Awesome.
Maybe she is
thank you.
drunk.
No,
Yeah,
I just didn't
Yeah.
hear your sound.
she's never had an ale before, clearly.
Well, this one is quite flowery. I don't like it. Fiddle, you
Have
must
we got
like it.
Have we got
You
like
like
a smaller mug or a regular sized mug, and we're just pissed right now?
They come in pints.
Yes, literally what I was
Well,
thinking, yeah.
It comes in pints.
I think they're all the same.
I assume, yeah, they're all the same.
They are all the
I
same.
mean-
They don't discriminate.
Discriminate. Yeah.
We probably smashed them.
dwarves are supposed to be like the
Well,
highest
maybe we've got no
stoutest
mission.
folk as well, aren't they? So
Constitution.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
you can all do Constitution checks if you want to see how much of an effect per ale has on you. So you can all roll
Fuck me.
Constitution checks.
To
I'm
see
a
if I
stout
fall into the
halfling at
pond on the
15
way.
Constitution, Tom. I
If
refuse
you're
this.
if you're a
No, I'm
regular
quite-
if you're a regular
drunk.
drinker, you can have advantage on it. But I'll allow you
Yeah.
guys to decide on if that's the case or not.
Is that a saving throw
Oh my
or
God.
ability check?
What a time to get it.
Check.
Why are you rolling with advantage?
Because she drinks all the time. That's what she does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
That's,
just
Oh,
ordered.
it's
Oh my
advantage.
god!
Oh, okay.
Apparently, I
Yeah.
drink all the time as well.
I'll roll again then,
if you feel that you drink a lot, you can have advantage. That is fine.
just like real life.
I feel like I don't have enough
Okay.
money to drink a lot.
Strong.
Drink a lot, but
So
get drunk
Figure
every
Bomb's
time.
pissed, and I'm not even touched by it.
Yeah. And Flair, you're
I'm,
not affected by this
Yeah,
so
I'm
far.
chilling.
I would say pretty much no one here aside from Figgle is kind of affected by this.
Okay.
Am I
first
gonna have to
ale.
carry Figgle Bottom home?
But yeah, you
who's buying
can.
the next round.
I'll ask Cal
Oh,
to
come
carry him.
on.
Figgle sees like.
Stars.
No, he sees like 2 of the dogs, and then 3 of the dogs. He's like, is everyone the lead properly? And like the kind of like charmed, smiling face of the dog of Otto starts to like look more like a snarl, and he like backs up, physically moves as far as he can away from the dog.
Well, the dog's coming home with us.
Sat at the bottom of the bed,
Yeah.
staring at it.
You can
The
sleep with
way
you.
I always imagine Theo in the tavern with his role in the village is just mooching from table to table, being told to fuck off by general by several people, and just being like, "All right, you are, mate," and just wandering away like to the next group.
Yeah, and there is more people who walk into the tavern at this time and start ordering drinks, and it gets a little bit more lively, which is a good excuse for me to change over to, I don't know,
Tavern tunes.
what about this?
A little jig. Go on.
Oh, it's not jigs, we're just gonna have background noise. Oh,
Oh,
there you
yeah.
go.
That's
And
beautiful.
yeah, you know what? Fuck it. People are trying to get back into the mood. They're trying to be more happy. There's a lot of people who like drinking here, and this is the usual like coping mechanism for the village. It's the main hub for everyone. And so a couple of musicians pick up a couple of a flute, a lyre, and a few other bits and start playing away. And a few people start cheering and dancing around the tables.
Any of you play anything? Any instruments?
I
Any,
can dance.
All right. Well,
Do you want to see?
Teach me.
yeah, I do want to see.
Figgle, he steps on a stool and then onto the table and begins to dance. We shall see how good this is.
Yes.
It's a relatively structured dance.
Okay.
He's
Even
clearly
when
been
this drunk?
practicing. Yeah, even when drunk.
Respect that.
It's sort of like buffed the charisma being drunk.
Maybe it's one of the reasons why you're able to do it so well is that you're a little bit more carefree.
Exactly. The movements aren't as stiff.
Yeah, you're a little bit more flurry into it, and some people like being like around you, like cheer, like yay, yeah, and like more people like join in and start trying to copy you and your movements.
It's a good vibe.
I'm definitely getting him another drink as well.
Same. I'll come with you to the bar.
Okay.
I'll
Is
get
anyone-
around it. So 12 copper, yeah.
I'm
I'm
for
gonna
a
get-
whole round, yeah,
Oh,
for 6
I'm gonna
people.
get,
you're buying.
Pals as
Cheers.
well. But knowing that he won't drink it, so effectively
Fiddle-
getting myself too.
Fiddle grabs Fiddle's arm and goes, "Come on, Fiddle, join me!" And he tries to get Fiddle to join.
Fiddlebottom doesn't dance, mate.
Oh, come on, you're so boring.
I'm not drunk in the slightest. I'm sitting in the corner, chilling, minding my own business, stroking the dog.
Oh, someone
Is that what they
join
call it
me.
these days?
Although I'm pretty rich, I think, considering to everyone else, so I can get the round if everyone wants.
I have no money.
Yeah,
I'm very rich.
Yeah, I can
I'm
see
very
that.
rich.
How much have
I
you got?
also have no money.
I have 125 gold.
Oh, you can
Fucking
Oh my
fucking get it.
God.
Jesus Christ.
Why am I?
Where did
I
that
rolled
come
so
from?
at the beginning, just when I rolled for money at the start.
Yep.
Jesus.
who knows how you got that? You can come up with the story of like where you got it from in regards to your family wealth or
You
whatever.
did a scratch card.
He's the local oiler. That's all.
I think I killed like one valuable beast one time and sold it, and then that was it. That was
Yeah,
like
I've just been living off the
I've been living
spoils
off it
since.
exactly. Yeah.
We sold a
Found a
wolf pelt.
unicorn tier.
You're
Yeah, wolf pelt.
you're both born with a silver spoon, and your parents passed down a little bit of generational wealth. Everyone hates you. You're scum.
Oh,
Well, Figure, you can get the round because you have quadruple the amount of money that I do.
I'm like, okay, and I just slap a gold coin into Fiddle's hands, and it
Flair-
continues dancing.
Okay,
Can
I'll take the
Flair
gold
say,
coin.
like, can Flair convince Fiddlebottom to buy a round for the whole pub with that gold coin?
Yeah, sure. How many coppers is a gold coin?
Uh,
Like a lot.
yeah, it's 100.
Like
So,
a-
yeah.
100. So there's a what, like? How many did
50.
12 get
It was
us?
2 each, right? So,
It's
that-
two each for the Dusk Shade Ale, or it's 8 each for the Meadow Blend one, or you can have a yeah, it's an expensive one. Or you can for 5 copper get 2 fingers of Forest Water Elixir, which is essentially a liqueur made with a unique blend liqueur like sugar. Pulled from local like roots of plants, mixed in with forest fruits. It's very sweet.
How
and
many
a little
people
bit
are in the
tangy.
pub?
In the pub at the moment, probably about 20, 25.
Right, so we can get 20 of those, can't we, with a gold coin? The little vodka things. Whatever they're called.
So they're
But
fine.
the
shots.
Forest Water Elixir is 5 copper each,
Yeah.
so
You get 20
Oh.
for a gold.
10 is 50, 20 is 100, so yeah, you can get one for everyone now.
Oh my god, okay. This will make everyone love us.
True.
We'll be heroes.
That's the plan. This is it. We didn't need to
This is the
do
plan.
anything to protect the village at all. We just had
Are
to.
they
This
actually?
is it.
Are they in little
Wow.
shots, or are they? Is it like a whole?
Yeah, so we can buy
Pint.
their affections with booze, yes.
they
They
yeah, so
won't
it'll
even
come in
care.
essentially like these little tumblers and not shot glasses stuff. Like they don't glass isn't really a thing that in this village they have. That you don't have any glass makers here. It's a little bit too advanced for this village, but you do have like essentially they'll pour out and then pour it into little tumblers, little wooden tumblers.
Nice. Let's get one of each.
One
Figure
of those for
bottom,
every person.
One for each person. I mean.
Figglebottom is spinning around an empty sling above his head as he dances at the moment.
I'm not sure I'd be
Run
doing
over and
that,
take that
mate.
off
After yeah.
Yeah, be careful with
There's
that.
no stone in it. It's okay.
like I catch his arm when he's spinning and just say, "Remember earlier? Let's maybe not."
Yeah, you might give someone.
What are you talking
flashbacks.
about?
I'll just
Carries on.
I will try and pluck it from his hand.
Okay.
Are you gonna resist him plucking it from your hand?
No, he grabs it pretty easily off a drunk Figglebottom, I think.
Okay.
I'm gonna get up and start dancing with him too, as well. You know, to distract him from swinging the sling.
Claire's just handing out all the drinks
Yeah, and
to
the
everyone.
the drinks are very well perceived. There are a little bit of like a what's that?
I'm a shit up
It's
dancer as
for
well.
Yeah, fucking fast feet over here. You're very adept and well versed in dancing. Love it. But there are a couple of dirty looks at you guys. But as these essentially shots are handed around, the looks go from like just kind of like staring daggers at you from people like. Let me check who is actually still alive. Like Fred is in here. He actually helps serve these drinks alongside Greta. He's not married to her or anything. They're just roommates. As in, and then there's
Just
like
roommates.
Henry's in there, and he's just in the corner, and he's got Jenny, the counter maker, in there as well, and they're just kind of staring daggers at you. And as you like, do you approach and take drinks over to them as well, Fiddle?
Yeah, of course.
And there is like hesitation and like giving you kind of the chin, sort of like looking up at like down on you guys because your brother essentially committed manslaughter and killed Elsie. And that's, if throwing back to the first episode, that's when Henry, Jenny, Lily, and Bessie turned around and made their way back. But they accept the drinks, but they don't say anything. They don't say thank you, but they just nod and take the drinks.
I should give them a pat on the back and then just walk back off.
There's a slight flinch.
Can I try and make a speech?
Yeah.
So I grab my my shots, and I walk up and I stand in front of the hearth,
Mm-hmm.
and I just start banging. Like I get a chair and just start banging on the floor and just go, "A moment of your time, please, everyone."
There is, funnily enough, a lull in the music because everything stops. Oh.
This village faced a danger unlike anything we've seen before, and it took all of us to deal with it. Whatever this consequence is, we can deal with this too. 3 cheers for the village. And I put my glass in the air.
Everyone
Claire's
who
the first one who's like,
Hip hip.
Yeah, so
there's definitely like looks of confusion, but they all know who you are. They all know who your family is, and there's that like reassurance, and like in the corner with like Henry, the blacksmith and such, that there's more hesitation from their side, but they half lift it up, but the rest of the room like here, and start cheering.
I wait for them to die down, and then after that, I go. But not everyone came home. We will miss them all dearly, and I'll take my shot and I say, for those we've lost, and I throw the shot into the hearth.
For the fallen, yes.
There's like a bow of a head, and then they down their shots. All of them, and like multiple of them were sort of like nursing them, but then they down them. And you can see there's some food being sort of given out to tables as well, some stew, and one individual, I don't know, we'll go with Bessie on one of the tables, has just got a serving of berry crumble, a rustic sort of pudding, very nice, homely. They're just trying to settle down. You can see that they're not drinking; they've just got water. But yeah, some food is also being served around, and people are. It's still very cheery, and there's music still being played, but it's kind of died down a little bit as the hours go on.
I definitely have some food.
Oh yeah, I'm tucking in.
Claire just gets another drink.
Yeah, you can knock that price off your thing. Here's the price of
Gladly.
that. Let me double check on that.
Menu.
The menu of the food as
Drinks
well.
menu.
That would be fairly cheap, actually. Cheaper than food. Here you go. And there's the food.
Thanks.
And if you want to know the pricing for the room, you'd all have this knowledge as well. They don't really have crazy quality, but for people who do come to visit, they have this. And they're often doing deals or letting people stay for trade-in work and stuff as well. Wood needs to be cut, food needs to be served, food needs to be collected as well for like salads and stuff. So, and barrels need to be moved, things need to be washed. So there are a couple of people who stay here every so often, like especially the people who may well get a little bit too drunk. If they stay the night, they know that they'll need to work off their tab of staying over in the inn overnight just by doing some odd jobs, and that's kind of how it kind of works in the community.
Tickle hiccups. Fiddle I wasted. Buy me something. And drunkenly hands another gold piece to him.
What do you want?
Food. Oh,
You want
something
some
to
food?
eat.
What's on the menu again?
It's in the chat.
the chat.
So you have farmstead stew, you have harvest salad, berry crumble, and anything else if you think that a very rustic, out in the middle of nowhere village would have.
I had some stew and some crumble.
There you go.
Pickle's sat on the table with his head in his arms like this, and he's like spinning in his feet.
Yeah, I'll get him a stew and a crumble as well.
And then Flair also chimes in and says, "I'll also take a stew and a crumble," and then like slams her head back on the table like half asleep.
Just a stew for me, please.
I'll have a stew as well. So for me and Figure, it'll be 2 stews and 1 crumble.
I will not turn down free food.
Is it free?
There's free food.
Pickle says.
Oh, am I buying everyone's food? Okay.
He gave you a gold, to be fair, that's enough.
I bought my own already.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, you can just knock the price off, and you can convert the gold into copper and stuff. You're more likely to have
Was it 10,
a decent amount of
Should be
copper.
11, right?
10 copper
Five.
for a silver? Or,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
So it should be 11 coppers, right?
there's 11 copper, so
No.
one.
So
5 stews, 2 crumbles.
a gold is 10
100.
silver, and then a silver is 10 copper. So 1 gold is 100 copper.
Yeah,
So
but
what have we
5
ordered
stews and
here?
2 crumbles.
5 stews, 2 crumbles,
So
so
11.
yeah.
Copper. For what?
11 copper. So I'll give myself 1 gold, take off
1 silver.
1 silver and 1 copper. Well, 2 silver, and I'll give myself 9 copper because I don't have any copper.
And the food is good. Like, it's just good quality. Food, very rustic, just good, fresh quality. It's a farming village. You have access to decent meat cuts of meat. Although the best cuts tend to get sent off and sold. But you also know how to make use of everything else. And usually once a month there's also a set of, or every few months, like some like steak and liver pies and stuff that are made as well. But it's really seasonal and dependent on the season. So there you go. Constitution.
Gotcha.
Oh wow.
Pickle
I have to feed
eats the
Pickle.
stew, like with his head over it, and then there's like a quarter of the bowl left.
You've thrown up
Vomits
in the
into
stew,
his
have you?
bowl.
Oh god.
He's ate most of it and then thrown up into
At least
it.
you've got the crumble left, so
I feel not looking too good. Greta comes over. Well, I think it's time for Figgle to go. This seems to be have had a little bit too much.
I want to sleep. And I'm like holding like the tray of crumble. Like I'm gonna take it out with me.
how long away is our house?
It's probably a good like 10-15 minute walk.
Alright, shall we get
Figure.
him a little chamber instead?
Figure,
Do
would
I
you
live
like a
that
lift?
way to the farm? Yeah, I could give a lift too.
I mean, we could just carry him upstairs and give him a room. It's only 5
Yeah, let's
copper
just do that.
for a
Yeah, just
private
pay for it
chamber.
out of his money. He's got loads.
Yeah,
over.
exactly. There you go. I'll pay 5 copper for a private chamber for him.
Okay, yeah.
I'll run over and walk over and pick him up.
You pick him up.
Barrel, a barrel between my arm and my chest.
When is the guy who went on checking the back routes expected to be back?
She said,
Good morning.
was it 17 miles, the journey he was taking?
17 or 17?
70, I thought she said.
She said if he was going through the back roads and stuff, it would be like 70 miles and stuff, which is essentially difficult terrain. Like it would take a long time to do that.
7-0 or 1
7-0. But she would have said that he shouldn't have been walking all the way there. He was just going to check if there was anything up with that, because it was one of the routes that a lot of people tend to take, either that direction or the other one through the roads.
So if he's not back by morning, we should probably be worried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we
we'll
meet
check
back
in the
here?
morning.
First light?
What time is it now? Like late in the night, I guess?
You've lost track of time. It's definitely getting on a bit.
Blair, do you sleep less than the rest of us?
You know what? I'm not super tired. I could stay up if you need me to. I can make some arrows.
Well,
Oh, you're human, aren't you?
yeah, no, yeah. So, well, she's half elf.
I'm a half elf.
All half elves have the same sleeping pattern as humans, so you all have
Okay.
normal sleeping patterns.
Fair. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Can I feed Otto a stew? Can I buy another stew for him?
Yep.
Flair, if you wish to stay up with me, I shall be up for another hour or two just to see if he
Yeah,
arrives.
let's do it. And then I go to the bar and buy us 2 more drinks.
All right. Yeah, and people started leaving and going back. There's people who know they're going to have to work tomorrow. Although there's that kind of moment where they step away from the bar or from their table, like, all right, getting back into the old habits, so like, right, time to go back to the back home and have a sleep. But then the kind of realization, like, can they just go back to normal things? Is that all fine to do tomorrow? That they don't know. And so there's just a massive set of like uncertainty and like people just looking unsure of themselves and the situation. But people sort of filter out and leave. No one else is crazily drunk aside from Figglebottom, who is pretty drunk, and Fiddle as well.
I think I'm pretty pissed now.
Pretty pissed
I
as
think
well.
maybe I was just feeding a baby and not actually Otto.
you were like offering it out towards Otto, but pushing it past like their head towards like a stool instead, and start trying to spoon it over into the stool, and like it drops down, and Otto just quickly hovers around and starts eating it off the floor and licking the floor. And then you guys, you take Figgle up to the private room, if I'm right in saying, the chamber.
I think Hal already took me. I wasn't there for that
Yeah,
conversation.
I carried him up.
Okay. Yeah, and so Figgle's plopped down and can consider you in the middle of your resting. What are the rest of you doing?
Me and
think I should
Malachi
go.
are sitting downstairs.
Okay.
I think Theo's heading home.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
let's meet here in the morning. And I'll head home as well.
And Fiddle, were you going back home or were you staying here?
I'll ask Hal if he can put his arm around my shoulder and help me walk back to my house as well.
Sure. Let's go.
Thank you.
So yeah, you're able to wander off. Everyone aside from Flair and Malachi who stick around in the tavern. There's still a few stragglers here as well. And Greta's gone to bed, but was his
Does
name
that actually
Fred?
work, by the way? You're only like half my height.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like,
Yeah, so I've just got my hand on your shoulder, just pushing you forward.
Yeah, pretty much. Or you're like holding his hand. It's kind of awkward. It's kind of weird.
He's got his whole hand on one of my fingers.
Yeah.
Like a little kid.
Yeah. How tall are you, Fiddle? You're probably like what, 2.5 feet?
2.5 foot, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely tiny. But yeah, you're able to go off. Cool. So at this point, it's getting quite late. How you drop Fiddle off in at his home. And Fiddle, you walk into your little house, which has probably got you haven't even, I would say you probably not even got separate bedrooms. Both you and Fiddle would share like a fairly like a decent sized room, and then you have like a study area as well. It's nothing that fancy, but it's decent enough. Is there anything in particular you're doing whilst you're in there?
Tie Otto up.
Okay.
But he didn't run up.
So as you go to tie Otto up,
Relax.
you can see the slight sort of glimmer in his eyes that has been there since you first cast the spell dissipate, and there's a growl. He gets down on his sort of legs and just staring at you, and is going to sort of start backing up and try to make a dart for the door.
Alright. Well, I did just feed him, so that's a bit rude of him, but
You think if you fed a baby wolf, it would just
Yeah.
oh, it's my pal now.
Just a bit
Alright,
rude.
That's how domestication works.
yeah, that is.
Minecraft when you give a chicken. some
Yeah,
seeds.
a bone to the wolf and then it loves you.
Alright, I'm gonna pull out a ration and it'll just be like pss, 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 like a cat, and then see if he comes back.
Sort of darted towards the door and is sort of clawing at the door with his paws, trying to get out and looking at you and looking wild and scared and confused at the situation, essentially almost coming out of a drunken stupor of from being charmed for the last 24 hours, looking worried and concerned for the situation. It's backed away from you and is just staring at you and growling. Like much higher pitched than an actual wolf.
That'd make us both drunk. I mean, I guess I can try and calm him naturally without a spell.
You
But,
work with
like,
animals, Fiddle.
Would I throw a disadvantage for being pretty pissed?
Yeah.
Okay. I shouldn't have said it. Right.
How to ruin your own dice roll.
Oh.
Oh wow!
Gosh.
Unbelievable.
Very nice. So, if you could describe to me how you go about trying to coax and approach Otto in a way, this baby wolf, as it were, this pup, which is still fairly large at this stage. What are you doing here to try and?
Well, I mean, I'm 2.5 foot, and it's a baby direwolf. It's not exactly a baby dog,
No.
so it's gonna be pretty big.
Yeah, it's
So,
probably almost
I mean,
as
it
tall as you here.
So it doesn't think I'm that much of a threat, so I don't have to crouch down or anything. I'm just gonna walk over slowly, put my hand out, let him smell my hand, and then just start stroking him a little bit, and just let him chill.
Okay, I would say during like a a chunk of time, you're able to eventually do this while still fairly drunk. But maybe because of it's that sort of like chill nature where you're not as maybe uptight as you may usually be, you're able to approach it in a little bit more of a chilled manner, offering it food, sort of dry meats from some of your ration packs, and able to sort of just try to gently stroke it in a slow and calming way. And although it's a wild creature, everyone loves Otto appears to enjoy the affection, and over a couple of hours or so, you're able to get it away from the door and keep the leash on it as well. And yeah, you're essentially, for now, I will say it's not immediately trying to run away, but there's going to be a continual thing that you'll need to keep trying to do.
Lovely. And then with that being done, with him chilling, I'm going to go pass out on the bed.
Yeah, you pass out on the bed. Don't even have like the bed around or like covers over you or anything. Like the furs, you just collapse out on the bed, fast asleep. Malachi and Flair, you both carry on getting drunk?
Yes.
Just drink, not get drunk.
We don't put strict definitions on it, says Flair. And also, Malachi, wanted to talk to you heart to heart. I wanted to apologize sincerely for putting you on the chopping block inadvertently. My bad.
It's fine.
It's not though, and we're gonna fix it, I promise. I think you're a cool guy. I don't think you're evil for, having a god. But we're gonna figure this out. I'm giving you my word. She says in like a drunken stupor.
No, it's fine.
It's not fine.
It is.
I will worry about it.
No, I'm still alive. No one has tried to kill poor little Malachi. And don't worry about Somnia. Somnia does as she does.
Alright, well, Malachi, I'm just saying I'm here for you. Alright?
No, poor little Malachi just needs to protect the village, yes. That's all he was told to do. So, any way to do that is what is good.
Well, good.
Yes.
Then I, finish the rest of my drink.
Let's hope the poor little adventurer gets back to us safely.
Another hour or two pass. Still no sign of anyone turning up to the tavern.
Or maybe not.
How many arrows have I made by now? If I started while we were talking.
Make a survival check with disadvantage as you are drunk.
Bent arrows.
Survival check. Disadvantage. Aw.
You probably made like a good 10 arrows,
Nice.
and then like another 5 which are just not usable, but you just kind of like chuck them into at least the shafts into the fire and take the heads, the flint
Love
heads
it.
of them.
That's perfect.
So you can add another 10 arrows to your thing if you wish.
Awesome. I was just running low a bit. But
Yeah.
nice. Okay, I tell Malachi, alright, looks like they're not coming back. I'm gonna head out. I hope that we will meet here in the morning and that everything will be okay. But let me know if anyone gives you any trouble on the way home. And I give him a look. I'm like, you tell me.
I doubt people will bother poor Malachi. No one around here cares much for me. Even
I care,
if they
Malachi.
think so.
It'll be okay. And I'm like, alright. And I give him a pat on the back. And I'm like, I'll be off. And I head off.
You go protect the people. I go protect the village. Good night, Flair.
Good night, Malachi. And I have like a newfound, appreciation for Malachi that night. I thought he was like a weirdo before, but now I had like a real conversation with him. 'Cause he's like a nice guy.
Hey, he's just a weirdo, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just a weirdo you like now.
Nice guy.
Okay, and what are you doing, Malachi? Are you going back to your ruin,
Yeah.
or are you just gonna try and sleep here?
I'll just find somewhere quiet where it's not cold
Okay.
and the
yeah.
wind's not blowing so hard.
You can find the side of a building and sort of hide in between a couple of bushes and just kind of tucker up in
Curl up in a ball.
your bedroll that you carry around with you, sleeping it rough, as it were. Okay, for you, where is your character sheet? Let me have a look. let's have a look at your new feature here. Okay, cool. So, as you fall off into sleep, Malachi, your dreams are stressed, and those creatures that usually haunt you during the night are ever present. The same shadowy figures, not straight up creatures, but just in the distance, kind of blurry out there, but closer than they were in the past. Can you roll a... that's where I put it here. Roll a 1d4 to see how many stress points you remove after having gained some.
Oh, yes, baby.
So you managed to... thanks to, I don't know, maybe it's because of the drinks, or maybe it's conversation with Blair and the reassurance. You're able to get a decent sleep in, although still haunted, and you're able to shake off any of the stress you were building up. Oh, that would have been fun. But yeah, and you're able to pass out, and everyone's able to go and pass out, Flair included. And so you can all go and take a long rest, if you remember how to do that on your character sheets. And you can prepare and change your spells if you have spells, and you can prepare or change them. That is up to you.
What do you mean change them, by the way?
So, for you...
Like, I've got like all this list of spells I can unprepare one and prepare another.
Yes, so if you look at the very bottom, it says you have 5 out of 5 spells prepared. So any leveled spells, so first level for you at the moment until next level, you can prepare 5 of those spells at any long rest. So you can right-click them, remove preparation on the ones you don't want, and then go and do it, prepare the ones that you do want. Yes, Flair.
Did we add the cloak at the end to my inventory? Because I'm not seeing it.
Oh, that is a good point.
I just wanted to ask if I was attuned to it yet.
No, you would, during the long rest, you would attune to it, and then you'll get it. So,
Nice.
let me go and add that to your inventory now. Good call, good call. Hopefully it's not
I
cursed.
changed my arrows to 24. Nice.
There you go. It is now added. And so if you want to attune to it, you right-click on it, and you can do attune, and you also need to equip it as well.
Equip. Cool.
Same with that leather armor, because you didn't have that on, which meant your armor was actually lower, your AC. So one or two things may not have actually hurt you, but there you go. So you can have a read of that. It'll tell you what it does, because you spend the time to attune to it before going to sleep.
So Flair wakes up. She like stretches. She sees on the side this cloak that was found, and I was like, oh my god, I forgot about this. She puts it on, instantly feels magic rush through her. She's like, I feel like I know what this does now. And it does. When worn with the hood up, muffle sound in a small radius around the wearer. This is perfect for stealthy approaches. And I have a skill in stealth, so this would be perfect. 3 times a day, you can activate this cloak to provide an aura of silence around you that dampens sound within 5 feet of the wearer. Each person affected by this aura gains +4 to their dex stealth checks, and when it comes to sound.
It's also meant to be for 1 hour, so let me just edit that.
Should I put that in chat, actually?
1 second, let me just edit this.
But that's cool. Let's go, guys.
Yeah.
Stealthy boys.
From being terrible at stealth to be.
There's this meta knowledge that I don't know about because I'm fast asleep in my bed.
Yep.
I will share this when
you wake up. So, guys, I put on a cloak
No,
last
no.
night.
I figured out what this does.
But Fiddle, did you understand the preparation and stuff there?
Yeah, I've just changed my spells a bit.
Okay. Has anyone else got any other questions around mechanics or long rests or anything else?
Long rest.
Okay.
So, well, quick question. You know how gnomes have speak with small beasts?
Yep.
And you said, I can't speak to them. Like, I can tell, they can understand me, I can't understand them.
Yeah, so if you...
but then I've got speak with animals now, which
Yeah.
it says you gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts, so they can speak to me now.
Yeah. If you use that spell,
Use the spell.
you'll be able to
Oh my
actually speak
God.
to them. But just
Cool.
keep in mind it uses up that spell slot, and so you have if you have 3 per day,
Oh,
you only
so-
get them back over long rests.
Does that mean I can use that one 3 times or that
Yeah.
one once and then?
No,
Okay,
no,
cool.
you can use the same spell 3 times.
I'll be speaking to Otto all day.
Yeah, and then
Usually
you'll
have
fight
Yeah.
something and you'll be like,
Yeah.
I can't do much.
Thorn whip,
you
Thorn
usually
whip.
have
Thorn whip,
yeah.
Yeah.
Thorn whip.
I mean, Thornwhip went hard the other time, so
You usually have duration on it. I think Speak with Animals is about 10 minutes, something like that.
yeah.
Speak with animals. Let's have a look.
It might even be just a minute.
It's 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
That's more than enough.
All right, so we'll start with Damp, as you'd already spoken. So you get up, you spend some extra time with the cloak, and you're able to swirl it around. It's high quality. It's very nice. It's got a very strange and almost alien design to it, though. It's very unique. It's not something that you probably would have ever seen anyone wearing. It doesn't seem normal.
Okay. As I put it on and I get ready to leave the house, I look to a picture of my dad and I'm like, still alive. And I excited about my new coat.
Oh,
And I take the bow off the wall and I leave the house. I go to the tavern, meet up with the gang.
nice. So yeah, you leave, and obviously just for reference to like a drawing of your father, the technology's not there for having pictures, or photos, but
Yes, a portrait.
it's very nice
a
quality one.
Like a stick man.
Played drew it when she was a young girl.
maybe there's one next to it pinned into the wall, which is just a stickman drawing from Flair, using chalk and stuff. Charcoal. But we'll move on. Malachi, you wake up in amongst the bushes. Is there anything particular you'd want to do in the morning?
No, just make sure I still have everything.
Yeah.
The usual wake up, just pat everything down. Yep, still alive, still warm.
You have nothing. Someone's stolen and robbed you of it. No.
I have nothing of value to steal.
So you're able to get up and you make your way to the tavern, right?
Yeah. Just want to make sure that guy whose name I totally have forgotten is turned up.
Yeah, we'll get to it in a bit. Next up, we'll go with Figgle. You wake up in the chamber. Actually, we'll come back to you last. Fiddle, you wake up and Otto is licking your foot.
Okay, I guess I wake up pretty surprised then.
Starts like
Hopefully-
nibbling on your toe.
I'm like, ow. And I just shoo him off. I guess I'll go to the tavern. But what other buildings are in the village?
So this isn't the background information I'd sent you guys, but there's like a bunch of like different like houses and stuff. It's sort of spread out across, like the main cluster of buildings are spread out across like a 50-acre area, but like in towards the center of town, like which is like where the square is. There is.
I'll just read through I'll go to the village and I'll read through this background info.
Yeah, but just for context as well, there's the Emberhearth Tavern, which is in the center square, alongside a couple of stalls owned by Nora and Jed, who also have a building they use as well for the main shop front, but they tend to sell most things via stalls during the warmer months or months in which it's not rainy. And then not too far away as well, there's the Iron Anvil Blacksmith as well, which Henry does work out. He's not the owner. The owner is Gruff Stoneforge. There's also Thread and Thistle, which is actually a little bit further out of the way, and that is owned by Talia Spindleweave. And then you also have a little bit further out, closer towards a smaller set of woods to the south of the village, you have Timbercraft Nook as well, which is funny enough, owned and run by Talia Greenshade. Similar names. But yeah, so you make your way to the tavern. Next up, Theo, anything in particular for you?
No, I don't think so. I would just wake up, check on the pigs, wander to the tavern.
Yeah, bit of an early start for you. You're used to these sort of hungover mornings.
Yeah.
And for what about you, Hal?
Can I speak to Arnold?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll go find him.
Arnold would probably be up at this point, probably setting up the morning sort of ritual in the small temple area you have.
I'll just walk up to him and morning, Father. I was wondering if you could help with the wolves that we fought. They were in a shrine or a temple, something built with purpose to Somnia. What do you know about her? Well, them.
Somnia. Well, we're not taught much or speak much about them. Before us and generations past, I mean, Somnia has been looked up to by a bunch of people looking to cause chaos, or those interested in the dreams. Not all bad, but that's also a matter of perspective, and the Luminary Court deemed her worthy of being banned and not added to the list of preordained list of gods. And I think they had a conflict at some point with Verdantia at some point in the past, or so the rumors go, but it's hard. We're not allowed to really spread the word or talk too often. We don't have books.
But why would the god of dreams place this dome in the waking world?
I don't quite understand. Perhaps it's, I mean, they dabble in chaos and transformation style stuff, but I always heard that's more to do within dreams.
It seems the gods are taking a more active role in our lives, and it's not just Somnia. When we were out, I tried to use the healing that Mama taught me, and it was like Durandal guided me. It was different, instant. It's never happened before.
Interesting. And you were able to heal more effectively using the poultices?
Yeah, it was like poultices were a vessel for whatever divine power was flowing. Any wound I touched would be gone in a moment.
Perhaps Durandal has started to listen to the tenets you speak and the oath you have made. Can only be a good sign, my son.
I'm not so sure.
Why don't you think our Durandal would be? Why is it not a good sign that they're taking more of a vested
Why would
interest?
you choose me? I'm a nobody. I'm a farmhand.
Lift,
If I'm the person he has to turn to
lift
for whatever
that.
he needs, then we have some major trouble coming our way.
Arnold lifts his hands up and sort of like around. Well, you're part of this family, and we've been serving the community for a long time. I did my time in the army as well, dealing with Everdorn and their trouble. But you're right, perhaps it's an indicator of trouble to come. Maybe you're going to need to suffer so that that others do not. As is one of the main statements of Durandal.
I'm not sure I'm ready.
Well, you better get ready.
I'll see you later. No, I had
They nod and carry on lighting a couple of candles. And you're able to make your way back. Figgle, you were the first one asleep. You would be the first one to have woken up. Very much like hungover, groggy. You probably have. Do you think you've woken up here before in these private chambers? You've got a decent chunk of money. It's not too far. Yeah.
I'm sure he has. Figgle wakes up grouchy, and he's like, he's had a drunken sleep, so he's like, his soldier slept on his back, and he wakes up to this unfamiliar ceiling. Well, I mean, he slept here before, but it's not the usual ceiling that he's used to. And there's a moment of panic, and then quickly it's like, oh, it's okay, I'm in the tavern. And then picks up his stuff, puts on his bag, and like dashes out the front door of the tavern, just back home.
Okay. It's still fairly early at this point. Maybe like 7 o'clock in the morning, about 6:30 or something. There's still people like moving around. Like it's a farming village. People are active fairly early, seeing the animals and such. But they're a little bit further out of the center of town. So the center of town is a little bit quieter than other parts. And the morning dew is still sort of across the grass and stuff. So as you sort of run through, taking a couple of shortcuts to get to your place, your feet would definitely get soaked a little bit.
I will go into the house. Is Fiddle sleeping at this time?
I imagine he's passed out at this point. Otto wakes up and sees you.
Yeah, it's my headset ran out, but he was like, I will try to sneak in the room.
Okay, make a stealth check. I need to change the music.
16.
Yeah, you're able to sneak in. I'd probably say Otto is just sort of asleep in a corner under a desk.
Figgle like lifts up a floorboard that he's used before, and he says in his head, "What am I doing? This is too much." And he stashes 100 and hang on, how much does he stash? Stashes 100 gold in a pouch under this floorboard that he's used before.
Okay.
He's like, why was I carrying that?
So do you say 120 or 100? Okay.
100 golds. I'm gonna put that as a note in my inventory that
Go
it's
for
in
it.
the house.
Yep.
And I will wait in the front of the. So our house is like the shop front, and then the beds are in the back. I'm just gonna like sit on a stool in Fiddle's shop front.
Yeah.
And wait for him to wait.
Yeah, it's like a common room, essentially. It's not like a direct shop.
No, yeah.
But yeah, it's.
When I
just a
say
study
shop,
area.
it's like a herbalist's
Yeah.
den and just sells like some mushrooms and stuff every now and then.
Shrooms, yeah. Okay, yeah. So then, Fiddle, you eventually wake up to having your foot being nibbled by Otto. You get up and get dressed and walk through and come across Fiddle, who's just sort of sitting there, probably nursing some water.
Morning.
Morning, mate. How's your head?
Oh, I'm fine now. I barely have a hangover.
Oh, yeah.
But-
I don't believe you, but
Well,
nice.
I'm still a young gnome. I'm only 30.
Only. Okay. Where did you sleep? Did you sleep in the tavern?
That's where I woke up. Did you not put me there?
I did, but you never know. You might have slept walk. When did you come back?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Oh.
I've just been waiting here.
Staring at the
Guess I'll
wall.
make a deception check, 'cause that's a lie.
Yeah, go on.
Yep.
You can make an insight check.
If you
It
feel
probably
like it.
doesn't need much.
Where's this? Oh, wow.
You know your brother very well, and you can tell that I am lying.
something seems
But
up.
very barely, though.
Well, it just like his cadence and the way he's speaking and stuff. Is it because he's drunk or is it because he's hiding something?
Hmm. So you've
How
just
was
been
the
waiting here
dog?
for an hour, have you? The dog's great. Didn't you see him when you came in?
Well, he was in your bedroom. I've been
Hmm.
here.
Okay. Well. You know what? We'll move past it. I can sense he's being a bit weird, but I don't care. I'm too hungover. Do you want to get over to the tavern, Figgle? And meet
Let's
everyone up?
go. Are you bringing Otto? He was good.
He wasn't good, but we can bring him. I mean, we're bringing him
wasn't
everywhere,
good.
otherwise he's going to run off. No, he tried to bite me.
But,
And he
well,
was nibbling on my
didn't.
feet.
Well,
Or we
that's
just
what-
forget about him and he starves to death in the house.
Yeah.
'cause we go.
That's what dogs and wolves do. They nibble, especially puppies.
Dogs nibble, wolves bite. And if
Okay.
you, I know he's a puppy, but have you seen the size of him?
What's your plan? Are you gonna
Don't know.
ride him?
Maybe. That could be a thing.
Don't kink shame the dog.
Maybe you can get a mount made.
Yeah, maybe. We've got plenty of shops that might help with that, but I don't think he's there yet. I think his
Right.
back would probably break if my fat ass sat on him at this point.
True. All right, let's
Rude.
go.
Let's go.
It's
All right.
brotherly banter. It's not rude.
Yeah, so you all eventually sort of start walking into the tavern at a few different times, spread out across. Malachi probably being the first one in here, or maybe Theo. But eventually you all come into the tavern. Greta's there, serving breakfast to a few other people. But yeah.
Now, what would you say is your closest to a breakfast ale, Greta? What kind of thing am I going to be alright drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, Theo. We've got the breakfast ale you can have.
Yep, I'm having a breakfast ale, definitely.
A little hair of the dog, yes.
Yeah.
Just to set oneself right for the morn.
That's a pretty good name. We'll call it the hair of the dog.
Nice.
There you go. I will add that in.
How much is that?
We'll just go with 2.
Okay.
Hair of the dog ale. 2 gold pieces. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's like a pale ale. It's nothing too heavy.
OT.
Yeah, it's OT. It's nice. It's good. What were you perceiving for there, Figgle?
I was going to see if I noticed Flair's cloak, but I do not. So
I
I'm not
haven't
going to
looked
say
in it.
anything.
I
I thought
busted
everyone-
through the door. And
Oh,
I'm
I
like,
thought everyone met at the tavern.
hello, guys, I have something to tell you about this cloak. And also, are you drinking? Get me one of those.
Fine, yeah, I get her a breakfast ale or so.
Nice.
I like to imagine she like bursts in, like pushes through, open the doors,
Basically.
and like has like the cloak kind of like furls around her, just over dramatic kind of moment. And everyone here notices the cloak. It's hard not to. It's very strange looking.
Don't we just not hear the door?
Huh?
Since the cloak, since the cloak muffles sound, do we just
turned it
not
on
hear the
yet.
door?
You have to use it.
Yeah,
Ah.
it's an active. It's not a passive thing. You have to actively use it.
That would have been a better entrance though.
just
Oh, that would have been cool.
muffled and no one pays attention. You're like, oh, what the? Oh, right, yeah. But people look around, look back at you, and you demand an ale, and Theo goes up and is gonna get one for you, and it's brought back to the table that I imagine you guys are at.
So I sit down with the ale, and I'm like, all right, listen to this. I figured it out. And I explain the whole palaver of the situation about the cloak. I'm like, essentially, we can have private conversations. I can listen to private conversations. We can sneak a lot more. It's a good thing.
Nice, sounds useful.
Nice. We're all filled in.
No.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes.
Shall we
Alright.
go and have a look for this bloke that didn't come back then?
Yeah. That's not
Yes.
nice. Let's look at
What's his
look
name
into
again?
No.
The Miller.
Tom the Miller.
Tom Miller, some might say.
Tom the Miller.
I mean,
Where
yeah,
did
his
he
name
head
is
off?
Tom
Maybe
Miller.
his surname's Miller.
Yeah, similar to how people get their jobs.
Yeah.
Original time. That is essentially the case.
Do
Yep.
any of us
So-
know him personally?
Any of you think that you'd be close to the miller?
I
No.
don't grow crops on my farm, sorry.
Okay, so I'm like, I've seen this guy around. I don't know. I mean, it's been a day. I don't expect much, but let's do our best. You know, let's try to find
presumably
this guy.
nobody-
Yeah, we've probably seen
Presumably
his
it looks
face
like-
once. Yeah.
No.
So,
It's-
where did he go again? Sorry.
It's
He's-
been a few days since he last threw a rock at me for trying to get free food.
Oh,
I mean, what city was he trying to go to?
He's
What
going
town?
to Stonehaven.
Well, he was
Well, the
checking
pub-
the routes.
Yeah. He's not going to Stonehaven, but the route east to Stonehaven he's checking.
Yeah, so it would have been to the it's like southeast, essentially, more east and then south, because there's like a couple of essentially north, east, south. Like there's directions across the place, and there is like a small river that runs through the town. I guess a small correction for this actually, because I was a little bit wrong on that. Like, well, no, yeah, there is like a back route that would have been mentioned about, like going through some of the forest to the across the river to the southeast, and then back down and around towards Stonehaven, which is essentially in mountainous region just further south of you guys. The closest village to you is actually Ember thingamajig.
Off.
No.
No, that's the tavern.
The Emberstead. There you go. Which is just directly down south through the main road that you're attached to, or the path. Meadows Ward.
Greta said that he'd left out the east of town and then headed south, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah. And it's not like the most usual path to take, but for whatever reason he felt it necessary to go and check.
So it's probably a specific route that he's checking then.
Do we know of this route? Like,
or do we have any idea, why he might take this route?
Me and Flair probably know it.
Yeah, I thought maybe I would have the knowledge.
Yeah, you both kind of have an idea of the path. I don't imagine you would have really carried on down that way all the way, because it's a decent distance to go. It's not 70 miles. It's actually a decent amount more. I was calculating it wrong. It's actually about like 118 miles on that sort of direction, and it can also connect up with Emberstead as well, like halfway along. But it's definitely like more out in the sticks. It's a very different route to take. Flair and Figgle, you both know that is a route that has been used in the past to potentially avoid bandits that used to essentially cause havoc along Meadows Ward trail, which is the trail down south out of the town towards Emberstead, and the path that meets up with Willow's Edge, and then all the way down to Meadowspire town, which is quite far down, like a few hundred miles.
Presumably, Tom the Miller has a mill, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we should visit the mill. Maybe he left a note on the front door.
That's a good idea. Let's start there.
Maybe he's got, I don't know Tom personally, but maybe he's got some family. Maybe he told them where he was going. Or maybe they know why he takes this route.
You know, he is a
Good
bachelor.
idea.
Maybe he's at the mill.
I mean, actually, no, sorry, yeah, it's just come to me now. I see Tom in the pub all the time. He's always trying to get in Patsy and Sue's stockings.
He is a regular in the pub.
Oh my god.
I might have seen him as well a couple times, but like glanced at him probably.
Yeah. But yeah, you know that he's a bachelor. His rest of his family are essentially either dead or gone. And he's like essentially the last person operating this mill at this point.
Okay, should we go?
Yeah, might as well.
Let's go.
Check
Finish
out the
your
mill
ale?
and then head out the
Finish your breakfast ales.
Yeah.
Yes. Let us depart to
Have
the
it
mill to see the miller.
And I'm like, right,
Or
let's go.
no.
Cool. And you guys make your way out and start walking across the village. By the time you guys sort of leave, it's probably close to like 8 a.m. now, maybe 8:30. And you're able to see a few more people sort of dotted around, looking out, and some people just staring up into the sky, because there is just this giant dome around you that just extends up into the sky. And it's just nice weather in here. Clouds seem to be carrying on passing through. The sun rays are still in as well. There are birds flying around. And you're able to make your way down through, up actually through the village, up to a bit of like a bit of a hill area where the mill is currently sat with a large windmill attached to the top of it, which is stationary at this point.
Stationary, okay, so he's not using it then. He's not using it then. Blades ain't turning. Don't know if you ever
He might
seen
be
him
asleep. It's still early. Is there a note?
There's
I
nothing
like
on the
on my
door.
tippy toes and look for a note.
Doesn't seem to be anything on the door at all.
Does he have any there's no glass, but are there like window holes or something, or like
Yeah.
boarded holes with wood that you could look through?
Yeah, there is.
You
can
couldn't
see
look through it though.
No, I'm asking out of character.
Yeah, there's
don't have the
there's
voice.
there's shutters, and you could potentially try and move some of the parts to have a look through.
Are we breaking and entering?
Someone look if he's inside.
Right, let's not break into a
I'll have a
villager's
Use wall
house.
people,
Just
let
look
them
through
test
the
it.
bars.
I'm just going to walk up to the door and knock.
A sensible person.
Why didn't I think of that?
You wait a couple of moments, no response.
Alright, let's have a look through the window now. Someone
Alright,
else
let's break
go on.
in.
That's a good idea, Theo.
So one of the taller folk can go on over to one of the windows, and because it's entering in springtime and the weather's been pretty good, some of the sort of winter fittings have been moved away. So these shutters you can kind of push through and have a look and see, because they're kind of there to allow fresh air in and or opened up as well. You'd have to break them to kind of open them from this side, but you can kind of peek through a couple of the things. There doesn't seem to be any light from any lit fire. You can't immediately see anything. We can roll a perception check. Depending on who's checking, it would need to be one of the normal sized folk. Sorry,
Excuse
taller
me?
sized folk.
No.
Yeah.
No
I
fantasy
don't want-
racism here.
I don't want to be that guy, but is the door locked?
Are you trying the door?
Yeah.
Okay, so Howden is having a look through some of the blinds, and yeah, you can't see anything. You're listening out. You can't hear anyone walking around. It's not like a giant establishment or anything. At least this house part. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be any sort of activity. And as you sort of peek through and stuff, Malachi just walks straight up to the door and tries to open it, and it doesn't give. It seems to be locked.
He's not here.
Right, yeah. Should we
It's
just
not some-
assume he's not come back and
Yeah.
check
Hey,
out
the route.
the
But
route?
what if there's
yeah.
clues?
I mean,
Yeah, but it's probably going to look quite bad after we've just done the whole village a disservice that we're breaking into someone's house the
We
next day.
can't go
guess.
inside.
we
not
assume
breaking
he's
in.
dead, or we assume he's asleep.
Yeah.
Didn't
and
we
he
get
didn't
told
have-
that he's waltzed off?
Yeah.
Yes, he went to check his paths, his routes, but he might have
Specific.
made it back during the darkness and the safety of the night, or he might have been devoured by the shadows outside.
Hmm.
Diggle
Do
Have
we
we-
check
screams
the
at the top of his
perimeter for
lungs.
his corpse?
Yes.
So what were you saying, Figgle?
Diggle screams at the top of his lungs.
Can you?
I
We
couldn't even
can't.
hear
Your
what you
mic
said.
just gets absolutely killed when you try
okay,
to
he
do it.
screamed. He screamed, Tom.
Yes. No. That there is no response, but yeah, just no response.
Oh god. Oh, that is bad. What's happened there?
Okay. To the route, I think.
That's
yeah.
good.
Let's
The
head out of town.
So where are you guys going? Sorry.
Try and
There's
find
a
South?
location.
Oh, I need to
Towards
sort my-
Stonehaven, I guess.
So yeah, I mean it's a very long and winding path to be able to get there, and it's on the opposite side because you had to essentially go to the more western side to get to the mill, as it were. So you're gonna have to go across the village to be able to get there.
Are there any supplies we need?
I've got
Anyone being gone for a while?
I
Yeah.
have a quick
I've got
question.
loads of food.
Yeah, I have some as well.
What is the question you have, Flo?
Could the dog track him, perhaps, if we, gave him the scent of the mill?
I think they have to be trained to do that. I did think of it, but
Alright.
I don't. He's just gonna sniff it and be like, "It's just a smell."
Just the guy.
Yeah. I think maybe one of you two. would be
I could
best
speak to him
at
to track him, but maybe we wait until we're actually out there, and because otherwise we get.
Okay.
That
And
sounds
he might
like
just
a
say no.
last option.
Well, he might just tell me no. So
You could climb a
Fuck
tree
off.
and look for him when we get there.
yeah, you can
I was
carry
gonna
the dog
say,
up as well.
Ask a bird, but they've probably all died trying to fly into the
Yeah.
dome, haven't they?
You've heard like you woke up here to the sound of birds, Theo. It was the normal sound of birds. And there are
Inside,
birds.
Inside the dome, yeah.
inside the dome.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll say, "Follow me," and
We
then
know,
they'll
we
keep
know,
going.
Some try
no,
catching you out there.
We fucking know.
But yeah, so you guys are going to be making your way back through the village, and you essentially make your way past the tavern and like that square to get through to the other side where the trail starts, like a good like decent distance outside of the village. Are you gonna make your way through?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you start making your way through the village, you hear shouting. Help! Help! We need the proctors! And as you this is as you're walking in towards the village square, and you see a couple of figures rushing. Two figures, one carrying essentially the body over a body over their shoulders. They're wearing armor. They seem somewhat geared, and you'd all recognize them as the Meadows Ward Path Guardians. Who essentially patrol the local sort of paths in between the villages, like the nearest villages anyway, to try and help deal with any potential banditry and stuff. And also they help take the carts, like the trade and stuff, to the local towns or closest towns. And so
Is that Celine, Victor, and Rin?
yes, it is. So you see Victor and Rin rushing in, and Rin carrying a body over their shoulder, slunk over her shoulder. And
I'll run over and say, what happened? What happened?
And you see, well, you ask that. We were coming down to help with this month's shipment to Sea Haven, and we saw this giant green bloody dome. As we got closer, we got ambushed by I don't even know what these shadowy creatures. We tried to fight them off, but we got overwhelmed, and so then went down. There was a good couple of dozen of them. And you can look and you can see that Victor and Rin are both looking fairly fucked up. There's blood sort of pour like out of their nose, sort of going down. They're looking sort of fairly beat up. And Selene, who is this rather tall and elegant elven woman, sharp features, long white hair, and classically beautiful by elven standards. They're known as a fierce warrior and respected across the local villages and towns. Having done a lot for the local area. Their features are now quite different. Their skin withered, pulled tight and taut against their cheekbones, her eyes sunken and lips blue. No breath leaves her mouth at the moment, as she is laying on the floor in front of you, Hal.
I turn to Rin and say, Rin, go find my mother. Get her here as quickly as possible.
And
see what I can do.
Rin starts stumbling off and kind of like falls down on one of her, like on her knees. She seems
I'll go,
extremely
Mr.
fucked.
Halden. I'll go. Fetch your mother.
Make it quick.
Theo runs off at a slightly slower pace than a normal, like a tall person would do, and runs off. Still hungover, running off, and you're able to.
In his
Are,
stomach.
are they in?
Gipping as I run. The breakfast ale ain't settling.
Are they in any immediate danger of dying?
On the ground.
Make a medicine check.
I was can I do one as well? Because I'll figure out.
Yeah, you went down. Help.
So close.
Hal, they look in immediate danger. But yeah. So then, like, there's definitely a chance she could be alive here. For you, Malachi, you've seen death before. And these kind of features of someone is kind of what you've seen in your dreams in the past. The Rin looks fucked up, but probably isn't going to immediately die. Victor looks fucked up, but it doesn't look like they're immediately going to die. Howden, you're just kind of a little bit overwhelmed by the situation.
And I just get out my herb bag and I. Is there any wounds like on just Celine right on the ground?
How?
Any
No visible
obvious injuries?
wounds. No.
I don't know what to do.
Hal, take a deep breath. No one's going to die straight away. They're still going to live for a little bit more. Take your time. Remember what you've been taught. You've brought people back before. Don't worry.
Victor
It'll all
sort
be good.
of, Victor sort of like laying on his side, like, well, sitting on his like arse. His like short sword, well, shield is on the side. His sword is actually just missing. He doesn't even have it. And like, I think she's dead.
No, she's not.
I think she is.
I grab her head, like one hand either side, and use lay on hands. I'll just
Yeah.
put one HP into her.
It has no effect.
She's gone.
You can tell from doing that the energy that you try to expend and push in towards her body, it's not taken. It feels like you're like a husk almost. It's a weird sensation, one that you probably the first time you've ever kind of felt that, because you've never haven't used this ability on someone who's actually dead before, yet let alone only recently having used it on people who are alive. So it's a very weird and uncomfortable feeling. Even if...
Sorry,
But
who's dead again? Sorry.
Celine.
Celine.
Oh, Celine. Yeah.
Celine Dawnshield. Captain Celine Dawnshield.
Can I put my fingers to her neck to try and feel her pulse?
With a 14, yeah, and you can tell that there is currently no pulse.
She's just with her dreams now.
Can we ask them what happened to her? I mean, I know they said they were fighting shadows, but specifically what happened to her?
We got overwhelmed, but these floating specters, I've never seen anything quite like them before. Shadowy mouths, teeth, but not teeth. And they screamed, they shrieked into the sky, and I mean, it all went blurry for a moment, and when we came to, we saw Telen fighting 3 of them at once, and these tall shadows overwhelmed and clawed at her with these, I mean, claws, but they didn't quite look physical.
Did you see a man out there at any point?
Oh.
Anyone else?
No, I mean, it was just us. Is anyone out there?
Yeah, it
The
seems like
Miller?
someone's missing.
I mean,
I was just wondering, maybe you
we came from the
ran past
main
him.
we came from the main road off to the
Okay.
west.
Well, we know he's not on the main road then.
No, yeah, wrong direction as well. He went
No.
east.
I see.
So does she have wounds?
No.
So I might admit, no wounds at all.
Nope.
Can I?
It's almost like drained. That's how you describe
With a natural one, you don't fucking know shit.
it.
Can I sense detect magic on her?
You can attempt to cast it if you want. I think it's you can do it as a ritual, right?
What's the difference?
Doesn't use a spell slot, takes longer.
Ritual takes 10 minutes and doesn't use a spell slot. Casting it as an action uses a spell slot, but it's instant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
and
do that. So I'll do it without consuming spell slot then.
yeah, and also just so for whatever reason this isn't normal, and it's normally only wizards can cast unprepared spells as rituals. But just as a rule, across the board, anyone who has access to rituals in their spellbooks, whatever, or knowledge, you can cast them at any point, doing them in ritual form, but they just take a longer time to do so.
Even if it's not prepared.
Yeah, so in future, you could just unprepare, you could just never have detect magic or detect poison, for example, prepared, and you would always be able to use it as like a ritually casted one. It just takes longer.
Well, but it'd be useful in like a combat if it was prepared.
Yeah,
If
so
it
so,
was, like,
so
something
there'll be
invisible, like-
there'll be some times where detect magic could be useful where you just need it like that. It could be a very tense situation where you need to cast immediately, but in others it's not as immediate. But I just wanted to add that in there so for the future, anyone who has access to these things will know that, which is technically I think actually only you.
No, I have 3. No, 4.
Okay.
Wait.
Um,
Oh yeah, you can prepare
what
spells.
is
I
yeah.
don't get any ritual stuff.
Ritual.
I don't think.
Magic.
What is this measured template? Should I have not clicked that?
You can just not. You can right click and not place it, so it's fine. This is just our bit like.
Oh,
But
okay.
it would normally set
Yeah.
like a template to show the area radius, but essentially it's a 30 feet one. What you see is, first off, Flair's new cloak has a slight shimmer to it. You can see light coming off of it, and that would be schools of magic, transmutation? No, illusion. That would, which is like a slight blue glow to her, and you can tell it's like illusionary magic based via that spell. And you have a look at these individuals, and you can see that Victor has a glow from his hand, seemingly on a ring, but none of the others. Actually, Selene would, her shield seemingly has a glow to it, and it's a fairly fancy looking shield, which is abjuration based magic, but looking through them for like wounds or anything like that, you can see a fairly dark green necrotic energy sort of still hovering around her whole body.
Hmm.
Sickly green.
Would I know? Huh?
What's wrong with her, Fiddle?
I'm not sure. Maybe I'd have to
What do you
Think-
see?
think really hard. To me, it just looks green, mate. But that's
Well, you
Like
can tell them
nature?
the magic type as well. When I say like necrotic energy, you actually know specifically that this is like it's got like a sense of necrotic magic around her.
yeah, but would I be insightful enough to know what that actually means? Like, I get it's
That's up
necrotic
to you.
energy, but
You can roll like an Arcana check. You could roll something to an Arcana check essentially to gain a further insight.
okay.
Oh, we know so much.
I know
The
everything.
necrotic
Oh.
crow.
Everything.
Nice. A 24 total. Obviously, a natural 20s on skill checks isn't necessarily a automatic success. It's on a scale and stuff. But 24 is super fucking high on the spectrum here. And so within your area of knowledge and research, necrotic doesn't tend to be good. It tends to be linked with quite a few of the number of gods who dabble within the Discordian part of the pantheon. Whenever I say that, I'm always going to think of like actual Discord. I should really have chosen different words, but fuck it. What else would you have read through? Because you're quite a reader. There's a number of creatures and silly like I say dark magic, but individuals throughout history who have been necromancers, who have risen whole graveyards to their commands. These like sort of like fabled tales. You would have never really sort of seen it yourself, but through your reading, necrotic energy is never usually linked in with good things unless it's to do with healing. So there's two sides of the coin, but specifically this sort of like flavor that you're getting off the sickly dark green is not usually linked with when healing is used, because healing is necrotic magic. So there's like a spectrum of like good and bad when it comes to necrotic magic. And it's like this one just looked bad. It looks kind of like the reverse. If there's like a coin of like healing and like reverse healing, this is like looks like it's linked in with the reverse of healing.
So would I be able to tell if this person's completely done for, or I presume necrotic wouldn't?
You don't
include,
get
like paralyzation or anything.
No, you wouldn't get that from detect magic. You get that from medicine checks, and like you can like people. It's been made clear. Like Victor said it, and Malachi was able to confirm it, and also Hal as well with when he tried to do lay on hands. They've all kind of had confirmation. Selene is dead. You guys all know that.
Out of curiosity as well, would any of us know if like any sort of reviving magic even exists, or is that not something that any of our characters would even know about?
You can roll a history check.
Okay.
Or history or arcana. That's for anyone. If anyone wants to do it, I'll allow anyone to do that kind of roll.
I think for me it'd probably be a religion check.
Yeah,
I can do history or
do
arcana. I've got a
history,
lot of
religion, or arcana.
Oh yeah, I swear I've heard about someone coming back from dead before.
I went from being the genius of magic to not knowing anything really.
Whoa.
10's not the worst. It's like 12 isn't the worst. But like 10 is essentially like just the flat line normal of stuff.
Yeah, 10's 10, but it's not a 24, is it?
Yeah, but do you want to waste your 24s on this?
3 10s.
I've had a 20, a 19, and a 20, and they're all inconsequential, really. So it's when we get into combat or anything, I'm
Be on
done for, I
ones, yeah.
think.
All right, we'll do. I'll go through this quickly, and then we'll go into a break for 15 minutes. We're actually 5 minutes late. So, I would say specifically, Theo, you've heard tales. Because you moved here from somewhere else, right, Theo?
Yes.
Where's you moved here from?
I think that I was too young to even know. Just that
Cool.
my granddad dropped me in the village, and then left me.
Yeah, I would say you would have heard through word of mouth in taverns, the tavern and stuff, of people coming through, and specifically even maybe a couple of these people in front of you, like Victor Rin or Selene, who would probably frequent the inn when they're here, on their way through, like picking up, helping to take the caravan and stuff through to Sea Haven or Meadowspire, of people being brought back to life, but more like fabled tales. It's not something that you know Dave down
There's
the
a bloke
road.
down the road, yeah.
Dave down the road and his dodgy healings.
Yeah.
No, that's not something you know of. It's something that is fairly rare, and it's not something that you know of anyone from.
Something
But
that I
it's
know
out
of,
there.
like legends and stories and kind of thing. But
Yeah. And for you, how it's definitely something that has been done and can be done via clerics, like very powerful clerics. You would have never met anyone specifically who would have done it. Unless you want to say you have done a lot of traveling, because most of you guys would have just really have been in and around this area. You know stories, you know of the potential magic being harnessed by those who are in favor of gods. Fiddle, you know the possibility of it exists, but that's about it. Flare, again, similar to Theo, you would have heard within the tavern, and something that you probably would have tried looking into for your own father, but probably, you would have come up essentially at a loss when it's just tales, and the potential maybe you should go, I don't know, maybe down to Riverhaven, the closest city, which is like 700 miles away, to try and something like to get someone, but otherwise there's no real sort of direct knowledge of like Dave down the road or anything. And then Figgle, again,
Same as the other 10s, right?
same as the other 10s. You don't really know too much. You know, you and Malachi, you all know it exists, but in some form, like, and those who rolled above a 15, you know at least maybe a little bit more. Specifically for Hard Notes, definitely because he had a religion check. But yeah, it's no direct knowledge. None of you have experienced it, but you all know it's rare and hard to come across. And with that, we are going to go into a 15-minute break, so we'll be back in 15 minutes. So make sure to go grab drinks, your popcorn, and anything else, and join us back for the second half and the final half of the third episode. We'll see you guys in a bit as I click this button. Doosh. Hello and welcome back. I think everything is working. If people could just say hello quickly for me.
Hello.
Cool.
Hello.
Mics are on, so I don't leave and fuck that up. Awesome. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you managed to go and grab some food, some popcorn and everything as well. Hello, Mr. Jonesy, man. Taylor, do you know who Jonesy is, or Rix J?
Well, I do.
Rix J, that's
Yeah.
a player, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the chat. He's a very old man now. Very old.
We used to play PUBG
yeah.
together.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, we still play at the moment. Cool, right. Anyway, we are back. So we're going to go into the second half. Currently, the scene has been the situation with what am I talking about? A dead elf on the floor, covered in necrotic-looking energy. Via Fiddle, he was able to look through his magical eyes as well with detect magic. Theo ran off with his short little legs to try and go and get another member of the Proctor family, Carol, to come back and try and help heal these individuals. And so that's where we're going to be sort of diving back into things for you guys, as you had just done some checks on working out if reviving people is possible, which you all know is possible. Some of you know it's a little bit more far-fetched than others, but you'll know that it's fabled. None of you have seen someone risen from death, much to the disappointment for Flair, who unfortunately lost their father a couple of years prior. All right, let's get into this. We will start off with, I know Theo is busy, so he's still running away, which kind of works out the fact that he's still off cam right now. But we will say if you... Who wants to pick up the pieces here in regards to maybe what is going on?
Well, you said the shield and the rings were glowing in magic as well. Can we inspect the shield? I don't want to pull the ring off Victor's finger or anything.
Well, the shield is sort of strapped to Selen's arm, one of her arms, her shield arm, which for her would be her right arm. She's actually a left-hand fighter. It glows, and the magic on it, I think I said, was abjuration based magic. The ring on the finger of of Victor was that would be, yeah, it would be abjuration as well. Having to remember all the different schools of magic.
Can we try to convince the other guards to let us acquire her shield? To like
Maybe we
carry
should-
on her legacy. For
Maybe
Hal.
we should console them a little bit
For
first.
Hal.
Can I have that? Not sure.
Can we
So
ask? Can we have that?
walk me through this, please, Slayer.
Okay. I don't know if I should be the one to say it. However,
it's
I
your-
do. And I say, this is awful. You know, just awful. You can tell something's otherworldly here. Flair is trying to convince them. Let us carry on her legacy and figure out what's going on and rescue the man that might still be alive and give the shield to this good man who helped me bury my godfather in the woods. Give it to Hal.
Me?
And I push him forward. I'm like, he's a great guy. He'll take good care of it. Carry on her legacy.
Victor's just sat there, like almost just stupefied, just staring at you, like just mouth kind of ajar. Not someone who's usually taken lost for words. Is just staring at you and just like, what? They've barely, the breath has barely left their body.
Well,
How
all
disrespectful.
The more reason to get started now.
And they are,
It's for her sake.
they like struggle to their feet and they are just looking at you like dead eyes and lift up their sword like, don't you dare take a step near their body.
Hal, help me out here.
Sorry about her. Her mouth speaks before her brain sometimes. And I just sort of stand in between and like shepherd her away a little bit. Ignore her.
If it wasn't for your father's legacy. And they put away the... Oh, they didn't actually have the sword. It would have just been a dagger from their belt, actually.
Oh my god. This is a lot. Okay.
They're not even buried yet and you're trying to grave rob them.
We are not grave robbers, okay? We just got back from a dire wolf mission and saved the town. Thank you very much.
The hole is getting
What do you think we're
deeper.
trying to do here?
Put the spade down.
Silly. And Fleur just throws her hands up and walks away.
Fiddle, what do you think's happening? They're dead, right?
Well, the woman's dead, I think.
But they
Probably not
kind of
wise to
look-
jump right into give me her shield.
Right, I think that's stupid too, but they kind of seem alive at the same time. What's happening? They're,
Well, the dead woman?
No, she's very
Um,
much not alive.
He doesn't seem alive at all, mate.
no, but you mentioned some green necrotic energy. It's bad, right?
Yeah, I think that's what killed her, because she's got no wounds. But I think it's Hal and Malachi have established that she's pretty unalive right now.
Mm-hmm.
It would be safe to assume that the shadows beyond the border, the dome, will kill us if we go and travel beyond.
We fought
We
them
should
before.
probably tell everybody in Thistledale to stay safe inside.
Where's Theo? we need Hal's mother.
I imagine
she's
I'd have
behind.
arrived there, panting. No, we
Okay.
need to come to the village square immediately, Susan, or whatever your name was again.
Carol, yeah, you would know.
Carol, that's it, yeah, close enough.
Close.
Come on, we need to come to the
Carol-
village square. Someone's injured.
Carol puts together a couple of bits. Essentially, emergency bag, which has already been decently used recent times, and will start running. And then at first, like jogging alongside you, and then just kind of overtakes you
Easily
and keeps
outpacing.
going ahead of you as you're both essentially like mad dashing back. You're not like that far behind, and you eventually make your way back through and come across the square. And Carol walks up in this sort of moment where Flair's sort of like walked away. Victor's sort of like kind of he's put his shield, like taking a shield off his arm. He's kind of leaning on it. It's a kite shield, whereas Slen's is a sort of round sort of buckler style one, or just a round shield rather. And he's kind of just leaning on it, sort of shaking his head at the situation that just unfolded, and just what he's listening to at this point. And Rin is just kind of off to the side. Well, actually, they would have come back to Slen's body, and she's just going to be holding Slen's hand in hers. And you can see, like, just deep sadness is just across their face. And Carol sort of runs on over, panting, takes a moment to breathe. It's like, Hal, what's going on?
I don't know how she died. I don't know what caused it. But all I know is there's nothing I could do. I
She'll
think we're too late.
she'll bend down and start inspecting. They don't have any outward wounds, but their skin seems unnaturally taut against their face, almost as if they've been dead for, well, ages. That seems like they've had the life sucked out of them.
There are these, I don't even know what I'd call them, creatures, otherworldly
Shadows.
beings, shadows that are lurking around the edge of the dome. We fought a few of them when we came in. But they didn't do this to us, at least. Well, we all survived. We fought them off.
Roll a history check for me.
I used to only see them
Ooh.
in the dream
Another one.
world.
Oh dear.
Oh, the dice have a story to
My
tell.
brain has stopped.
He doesn't even remember his name.
You
Where am
are
I? Where am I?
seemingly flustered by
Yeah.
the situation, not able to maybe perhaps recall information of recent times as easily as you would have wished. In other situations, I would have just thrown it at you, but because of the tense and intense moment, yeah, you can't quite place or relate this to anything that you would have seen recently. Is anyone I would say Fiddle. What is everyone's base wisdom?
0
Mine's 17 plus 3.
plus 0.
16 plus 3.
13
16.
plus 1.
That's what it says.
Jeez.
Oh, we've got some wise old members.
Okay, and Figure, what's yours? No.
Oh,
Oh,
Not
mine's
actually
12.
very wise.
Okay,
I'm a bit wise.
so I'd say both Flare and Fiddle. You both, from the fight you guys had yesterday, those dark wisps and the shadows. Some of the attacks they attempted to try and do, you could almost see at the moment, like you kind of reflect back to their attacks, where there seemed to have been some kind of necrotic energy around them, of almost as if some of the dark strands of the magic, as it's like from the bolts from the wisps as thrown, it almost looked like they're trying to suck energy out of individuals as they got closer. This is you can definitely connect dots on this. Is definitely something to do with those shadowy creatures, those horrors. And because I didn't have this set up properly last time for chats and stuff and just everything, this is what the wisps looked like.
They look friendly.
They're not like that big. This is definitely blown up, like zoomed in, but they are not nice looking entities, and they definitely had like sort of tendrils, sort of smoky tendrils flowing around it as well, and that central sort of light in the middle as well.
They're
They're
similar
as
to,
cute as a button, they are. What are you on about?
if you've
What
ever
I said.
played God of War, they're similar to like the hex wisp things. Kind of like those.
I haven't, but that's interesting. Good to know. I have to have a look. But yeah, so for Fiddle and Flare, you can both kind of connect the dots of perhaps if you hadn't been so fortunate, and if you'd been attacked by a couple of dozen, maybe you would have all died, and this would have happened to you. The fact that these guys were like essentially took on maybe like 20 plus of whatever this is, it seems pretty fucking impressive that only one of them died.
Did we get hit by them before? I can't remember.
You did.
Was it those orbs?
It was the
We all
orbs.
saved on the
It was the
throne.
orbs, and it was also these. Here, I'll show these again as well. This has obviously been
Oh wow.
a while. So it was also these as well. These shadowy figures that essentially hid in the shadows of other objects and such, and then came out and attacked you guys as you were near the edge of the dome. And you also, these were the same ones that you kind of saw in the shadows as you ran through the forest. That's like why you panic ran as well. Did that show up on your screens? I think it should have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Um,
These are the ones I shouted at and got them to go away.
essentially, yeah. And then you were attacked by them in the near the edge of the dome.
Yes. Yes. Shadow.
Kara's looking up, it's like, how? I mean, she's dead. And she just moves on, and is trying to see to the wounds on Rin, but it's like I don't see any wounds on you, Rin. But there's definitely still like a bit of blood trickling down. It's like, and thinking maybe, I don't know, maybe internal injuries or something. It's just essentially going to try and move them towards your place where you have like a little bit of a recuperation and like hospital area, like a couple spare beds you have for people to heal.
It might not be a wound on the physical being, but one of the spiritual, one of the soul.
Oh, that is quite
These
scary.
these are
We need-
beings of two different planes, of one of physical and ephemeral. They could attack the soul rather than the body.
That's
What
quite
was it that
scary.
the voice said? Unforeseen consequences. Here it is.
We need to find Tom fast.
I think it might be safe to say that the poor miller is dead.
But I won't rest until I know that's true.
Then an expedition. We must partake over his old roots, his back ways,
We should
to
probably
find a corpse.
tell the other villagers not to leave Thistledale though as well before we go, because
Yes.
you know if they go out, they
Yes.
might not be able to get back in.
Yeah, and like at this point as well, Greta's out here looking, and there's also Henry Blacksmith as well, because he wouldn't have been too far away, and also well, I don't know. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Also Nora would be out here as well, Nora Merchant, and they're sort of like watching and taking in the situation.
I will shout to Greta.
Greta, Theo said don't let anyone out the village. The dome could be dangerous. We're gonna look for Tom.
And I like look to the rest of the party and like usher to get a move on. Let's start running.
A couple of people walk over. Henry walks over, and just a couple of other individuals who help, pick up Rin and Victor, and someone else picks up Slen's body, and they start making their way to Durandal's Rest, to essentially be seen to by Carol and Arnold as well, to see if there's anything they can do. And so they'll be essentially at your house, your residence, going forward out. And Greta's sort of response to you, Figgle, oh, okay, and just turns around and walks back into a tavern for now.
Do people start following me? I'm gonna start jogging southeast to where I know the route starts.
Assuming your jog is my regular walk.
Yeah.
Right, Mr. Longlegs.
Yeah, so there's there's a river that runs through the bottom part of town, and you can essentially there's a crossing over towards the east side of town, southeastern side of town. That once that's crossed, then we're probably about half a mile past that is another sort of much smaller and sparse forest. Again, mostly pines, but there's spruces and stuff sort of mixed in with it as well. And a couple of oaks, and you're able, like, you know, that's the kind of direction that Tom would have gone.
Yeah, I think we'll follow the route until we get to the edge of the dome, and just like as soon as we start to see the edge of the dome appear, I'll start looking for tracks on them.
Okay. The dome is 2 miles from one side to the other.
Yeah.
And so it has 1 mile from the center, which is not quite the square. It's
Okay.
that's not actually the center, although people like to call it,
Cool.
but because of all the farmland and stuff. And so you're able to get towards the edge of this dome on this side, and there's no real paths here. You have to walk and go through multiple rows of like bushes and through fields as well to get to this point. There's like small footpaths, but they're like very overgrown at this point in the year. It's springtime, bloom time, bloom tide rather, and so it's definitely a trek. It's not going to take you too long. You don't have to do any checks and stuff, but you can make your way to the end here, and you know that this is the usual route that people would take to go out and take the back way down through the wilderness to Stonehaven.
Blair, let's look for tracks.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
I shall look for shades, for the spirits, for the ghosts.
I find nothing.
Yeah, Flair, if you roll a survival check, and Malachi,
Let's
if you roll
go,
a
Flair.
perception check for me.
Nice. Double
Let's go.
17.
Yeah, so Flair, you notice you find like the path as it sort of exits towards where the dome is, and the dome comes down at an angle down towards the ground. Actually, no, with the size of the dome, it would actually just be a straight wall. up. It doesn't curve until much higher up. And you can see that in between these two bushes, sort of long hedgerow essentially, sort of naturally formed hedgerow meets to this point where half of the hedgerow is outside of the dome and the other half is inside the dome, and the part this small sort of path goes through this hedgerow. And you can see your side looks perfectly healthy, and the one on the other side, it's hard to tell with full greenery, but it looks just less full. The leaves are sunken. Just everything just looks a little bit more dour. And you can see that there's just a couple of moved sticks, and it's been pulled apart as if someone's moved through this specific spot recently, at least. And you know that this path is very rarely used. Most people are just going to go along the road. There's no real reason to go through here. You've not had problems with bandits in quite a few years. Malachi, go on, Flo.
Sorry. Is it possible to pursue that little hole?
Yeah.
In the hedges?
Yeah. Malachi, are you going past the dome, or?
So what I'd like to do is activate my hush cloak and sneak through that hole out the dome, so maybe I don't alert anything and see what's going on.
Yeah. So first off, Malachi, what were you gonna do? Because you've got rolled a 19, but are you just looking for shadowy stuff on your side, or what is it you're trying to do here?
So I'll break the barrier of the dome and basically just go on guard and just keep an eye to see if anything immediately reacts to our presence, whether it be shade, shadow, or just a bird.
Yeah, you to kind of push past the dome, you can walk along the hedgerow, so essentially you've got two lines of this hedgerow that sort of meet up to a point, and that's where there's a small sort of a break in it, in which there seems to have been sticks and parts of the ivy and vines that have just been pulled apart, so as if someone's moved through. And one half of that extends and carries on through in towards the dome, and the other half extends and pushes out of the dome to the other side. And so you can try and go through the gap with Flair, and you can just I'll keep in mind that you're watching out for stuff. And so Flair, you are going to activate your cloak.
I'm muted, I think. Done.
Me?
No, Flo.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. But yeah, I booped it in chat. I activated it.
Yeah, so you activate it, and just for everyone else, her stepping around and moving around, and you can see her sort of focus for a moment, and then there's just an absence of sound of where she was rustling around before. It just goes damp, and it's very hard to hear it. And anyone within 5 feet of her now gain a bonus of a +4 to your stealth checks, going forward.
Is there a visual aura?
I'd say there's a slight particle effect almost within 5 feet of her, almost like ash falling through the air slightly. It's very unusual, not something that would unusual, I think is the best way to say it. And you say you're just going to push through, Flair?
Sorry, yes.
I on purposely waited until you took a mouthful.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so I go through, hopefully stealth, and I kind of keep an eye out for maybe anything unusual, any other tracks, or maybe the body.
Roll a stealth. Are you all going to be stealth in here?
I'm stealth.
Theo's sticking as close behind Flair as he possibly can,
Cool.
practically holding onto the
Maybe we're going
coattails.
somewhere.
I
Am I
wouldn't say
here?
I'm stealthing, but I also
Yeah.
say
Yeah,
I
you are,
wouldn't be
Fiddle.
making a racket.
Okay, all of you who are making stealth checks,
Okay.
make a check for me, and then
Okay, we're
whatever
going
you get,
to-
we'll add a 4 to it.
I got nearly a 30.
And I'm actually just going to change that cloak to be 10 foot.
It was on the nat 20 and it just tipped over, but it's still a 19.
Should go with.
Yeah,
Oh, that was close.
I can tip
25
it
plus
over
4,
myself.
29. I'm
But I do have to
practically
roll this.
invisible. So is Flair, actually.
There's 3 rolls in a row.
That's good. That.
How did he manage to roll a
That's pretty
0?
impressive. That's
Yeah,
pretty
That-
impressive.
Technically, it's 4.
Yeah, it's 4, but that is impressive.
Yeah.
Like,
That's wild.
Pretty sure it's back to back to back.
is it back to back to back? Because that's like a 1 in 400. No,
Oh.
1 in
Oh, no, I've rolled
1,000. Oh, sorry, it's
Yeah, back to back to back.
that is nuts. What, like, someone tell us like the chance of that, because I know like a doubled natural 20 is like
Very
1 in
low.
400, so a triple is nuts.
I suppose one of them. This one's disadvantaged though.
Oh yeah, so it's not back to back to
yeah.
back technically, actually.
Yeah.
And I did
no,
a religion check that wasn't a 1, so it's three of my last 5 dice have
Yeah,
been
okay.
ones.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
not as bad as it thought.
So
Still bad,
dis-
but not as bad.
Disadvantage, single dice.
So
Wisdom.
Flair's going to be pushing through first, and I've changed it to 10 feet. I think mechanically that'll be nicer for what I wanted for the item. So it's a slightly larger radius. So everyone is affected by this.
Yeah.
But I know Malachi wasn't even checking. What is your passive stealth, Malachi?
So I've got a +3 to stealth naturally.
Mhm.
I don't know what passive would be, but I'll
It's
just-
the
bracket
little
is next to
number in the bracket.
Oh.
yeah. So
oh,
just +3, so 13. 13
Oh, okay.
passive.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Good to know. So yeah, Flair, you push on through, and Malachi, you're looking around, eyes darting from side to side, looking for any kind of sign of these creatures or disturbances. And so you're able to push on through, and you're able to see that, yeah, there is just continued disturbance along this very overgrown path where someone has obviously pushed their way through. And simply haven't found a little bit of an easier time on the other side of this hedge, because everything is just withered. Everything looks dead on this side. The lush greenery that you saw and were experiencing within the dome is just cut off, and this part of the hedge is just dead. You can see there's leaves that are curled in, withered. There's, I'd say, with a 19 perception roll you rolled earlier, you can see a dead rat just in the hedgerow that is molding fairly quickly off to the side. And there is that slight, just sort of stench of mold and death. And you can continue on through this path if you so wish. There's nothing you see immediately that comes to light.
I can. But first, maybe I ask one of the people who can detect magic to see if they can detect anything going on with this death.
I can do a ritual.
I talked to Fiddlebottom and I'm like, Fiddle, you know how to detect magic, right?
I can.
You do the thing. This feels really off. Do you think you can have a ritual right now? We can just sit here in the darkness and figure out what's going on.
You could do.
Okay.
Tom, what did you describe it as looking like?
Sickly green aura, like necrotic aura, that's sort of like, it just seemed to have been sticking to the body.
Oh, I meant before the detect magic, but that works.
Oh, what do you mean when you actually cast
Because I
it?
probably could have just used my. If it looked dead but didn't have anything, I could have probably been. It looks like Celine. It could have been the same thing, but I'll just do the ritual and then.
Yeah, you can do the ritual. Oh, someone in chat just said, well, they think the 3 same rolls on a d20 in a row is 1 in 8,000.
I rolled a 20, 19, and 20. I think maybe there was one in between the 19 and the 20 though.
Yeah.
You can search your name in the bar at the top and see all your rolls in order.
Yeah.
There we go. I rolled the detect magic.
Okay, yeah, so you take a couple of moments to do this. The extra stealth is currently lingering. Alright, Slim. Well, you've removed your camera and then it fucks it up on our side, mate. You have to give me a little bit more of a notice on that. I will sort that out here. Actually, you know
Sorry,
what?
I can
I'm just gonna
turn it
leave
back on.
No, it's fine. We'll just leave it as is. I'll sort that out for future.
Sorry.
All right. So you spend your time casting this one, and I mean you have to take out like a pinch of ash essentially, and mutter a couple of words, and sort of spring your fingers together like this, sort of outwards, and there's like a slight glow there, and you throw the pinch of like ash through it, and it sort of expands outwards into like a 30-foot area around you. That sort of like moves with you, and you can see there, like, this whole area just seems to, it's not like a bright sickly green glow or anything, but just this whole area seems to have some kind of essence lingering at parts of it. And like that dead rat I mentioned that's pointed out to you, you can see that is sort of like covered in the same sort of sickly sort of necrotic essence that the body of Selene had around her.
Okay. I guess I'll just say, guys, it looks like the rat also got smoked the same way as Celine did. And it looks like it was some sort of dark magic.
Oh. So it's our fault she's dead. Because we put up the dome, and the dome is necrotic.
Is
I've
it
seen
Do we know if it's
consequences.
necrotic, or do we know
or
if
is it the
it's
gods?
the creatures that killed them? I don't think it might necessarily the dome.
Can you really blame man for the whims of gods? We only acted as what we saw fit. The gods can interpret our wishes as they will.
Say
Should
the
we-
Don't beat
gods.
yourself
You mean
up.
your god, not the gods.
Was it
Should we-
Somnia or was it not? Who knows?
Or should we head
We
back?
do.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Without her laying claim to this act, it might be not. Somnia's temple might merely be a way of containing this deity's wishing portal, truth telling. Or it could be her will, for she can be cruel and wise, and kind and cruel.
What do you think, Malachi? Should we keep going, or should we go back?
Without identifying the miller's corpse, we could only assume he's still out here alive, and we can only hope that is the case.
Okay. Onward then. Let me go on.
We have to find him.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand at the back of the group and whisper to Hal, like, Hal, what do you think of that Malachite fellow?
What I think of him doesn't matter. What I
What do you think of his
God
gods?
doesn't matter. I think that anything that can be touched by the runner's light can be good. But when
Can
I close my
Malachi
eyes,
get touched by it?
but when I close my eyes and I sleep, there's only darkness. There's nothing good coming from that God. I tell you that.
Yeah.
And her manifestation around our villages. We were warned about the unforeseen consequences. Now we have to deal with them.
Okay.
And then I just walk back into the normal group, I guess.
Yeah, and so you guys start wandering along this path. It's you can see it's definitely been disturbed. It's not too hard to notice that someone's been walking along here. And you're like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and you can see in the distance this, like, you're actually walking through like a corpse of trees at this point. And you can see like through to the other side where in the distance, probably a good like maybe like 5-minute, 10-minute walk further, there's the starting of that smaller a forest rather than this corpse trees which you're walking through, following this small trail of potentially Tom Miller. And I'd say, Malachi, you hear at first this horrible high-pitched shrieking, like kind of like that. Not quite. I can't quite do the sound. But just in the distance. It's not next to you, but it's also not a million miles away. But it's coming from closer to the dome. Almost like behind you at an angle towards the side of the dome. And then like a few moments later, another one. But from the other side of you towards the dome.
I would assume that's the sound of the shadows. Be on guard. Keep your eyes peeled for any survivors, normal humans, rather than beasts of spirits in shadow. They might be upon us, or upon
Can I
some
activate my
poor
cloak one more
innocent
time?
traveller.
The cloak's still active at this point.
Okay.
And I would say for both Figgle and Flare, you both would notice, being of nature in a lot of ways, from being rangers, that the withered area seems a lot further out here than it was yesterday on the other side.
Oh.
That's
Oh
not
no. It's growing.
And you can see, like, at some certain points, the local fauna has kind of, where it's completely withered, you can see there's like a small black sort of almost spike protruding out of the ground, which does not look normal.
Black spike protruding from the ground.
Yeah, and you see another one when you start paying attention, where it's like more of like a hooked spike that sort of is barbed, like bends over and has like spikes down it like this, almost like it's a natural thing, but it's just like pure sort of black and grey.
A nasty vine, but black.
Pretty much.
You see that as well, Flare?
Yeah, that doesn't look that natural.
I
does
think
it?
I think we need to be careful where we step.
Yeah, same.
Keep an eye on that as you lead us.
Can I do a perception to see if there's any more up ahead?
Yep.
As we keep going. Aw.
Cool.
That's so close to 20.
Good to know. You are paying attention, looking out for potential more of these things.
May I hold an action if combat occurs? I'm ready.
You can constantly keep holding it. Yeah, sure. What are you gonna hold?
I'm going to hold Nature's Aegis.
Okay. And that's just one action, right?
Yeah, it's one action. I'm assuming it's going to work. It says it uses vegetation and stuff. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, should
I
work.
don't know.
It's got a very decayed ages.
Oh, that'd be a dick
What a
move.
song.
Oh, music starts getting a little bit more intense. Are you guys carrying on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but first, can I ask you about the nature of sneak attacks? How would that work?
You have to be a rogue.
Okay.
But you
Alright.
can get surprise round
Yes.
like we did against the wolves.
You
if you're
can, yeah. If you successfully sneak, you can get like a potential surprise round.
Okay.
We can do a
that's what I was
sneaky
thinking.
attack. Or not a sneak
Cool. Sneaky attack sounds good.
Yeah,
So, can
a sneak attack is when like a rogue is able to either attack an individual with advantage, or if they have a close ally within 5 feet, and then they get an added 1d6, 2d6, 3d6, depending on their level. But that's rogues.
Cool. And I would like to keep going, but be vigilant and sneak.
Yeah, you've got your 7, and we'll go based off your previous
You've got
rolls
your
as well.
7.
Yep, you've got your 7.
It's a good roll.
Yeah,
I think at this point I will try to take a little bit more of a stealthy approach after hearing the howls and yowls of the shadows, rather than be blasé about walking.
I'm
I
just near
have
the front making an absurd amount of noise with my armor.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Otto the dog would not be sneaking, right? Because he doesn't know.
Is he with us?
assumed
He's
with you.
everywhere I go.
Yep.
He's not
Sneakier than I am.
trained enough.
It's not that bad.
Who
It's
just
alright.
rolled for the party there?
Did I? KW.
That's not even a token that's on here.
How have you managed that?
Let me check. Have you somehow?
I might have clicked on things I shouldn't have clicked on. That's fine.
Where are
Let me correct that.
Well, it's
we go.
just a +3 on it, so you've got a 15
Yeah.
instead of the 14 there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good to know. Oh, music stopped. Oh, that's because it was playing the Mass Effect one. Oh, I see. That's me copyrights, right?
Mass Effect soundtrack's great though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's actually not very good. Okay, so you guys are going to carry on through. As you're walking through the corpse, again you hear another shriek, but this time closer. That same just shrill sound, and it comes in from like, wait, you're heading down. Yeah, so from like your right hand side, and then from your left, just getting a little bit closer. And you're carrying on, trying to be somewhat sneaky in some way. And with a 19 that you'd rolled.
Oh, we're outside of the dome at this point, aren't we?
You are, yeah.
Yeah.
We have been, yeah.
You're currently a good, like, half mile outside of the dome. And you can see ahead of you, the field and the bushes and stuff just from a distance. It doesn't look wilted. It doesn't look withered. It doesn't look dead. But as you are looking in that direction, the screams are within like 100 feet of you. They're
Can we
getting
get Malachi
louder.
to scream back?
I mean, if you want me to shout, I can shout.
That scared them off before, didn't it?
No, did it?
Yeah, it scared one of the shadows off.
Yeah. If you want me to shout a cant of banishment, I can. But it might give away our position, as I will be shouting.
Oh, yeah, we are sneaking,
Yeah,
aren't we?
I will at least, back up.
Is that a
Do
thing
we-
you wish me to do?
No, don't do that yet. Yet.
How far away are we from the border of the withered vegetation?
Probably about 200 feet.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run for it.
I think we should keep sneaking, but when we get to the border, I'd like to perceive if it's like actively, slowly getting bigger and bigger.
Okay.
If it's like visibly growing. But we're not there yet. It's 200 feet away. But when
Yeah,
we
we
get
might
there,
even get attacked by then.
So is when we say border, is it just like, how do I describe it?
or it's an area of witheredness.
Is it like literally a line of one side is withered, one side isn't, or is it more like fading? If that makes sense.
It's hard to tell at the moment, like 200 feet away. So
When I
Malachi,
get
are
there.
you screaming?
I think not. I think that was the consensus of
Tom's
the party.
saying that because he wants you to.
He wants combat. That's what he
Yeah.
wants.
I mean, if the general wishes of everyone else was me to cant some verses of banishment, then
No,
I
I
like
don't
I
think
shall,
you should scream
but
until
I
they're.
think maybe not.
Well, what's the
upon us.
dog doing? What's his
If you wanna
reaction to this?
Attack us, scream as much as you like, but
what the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
The dag is staying very close to you. Seems to be very unsure of its surroundings, sniffing the air every so often.
Keep going, Flair.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
move on.
I'm
I
like
sneak
holding
forward.
this like green magic in both hands as we're like crouching forward.
Yeah.
and it's light as well, isn't it, Tom? Like
Yeah.
this. Yeah, I was going to say this area outside. the
Actually,
dome
no,
is
sorry. Where
light.
you're at, it's dim. It's not as light. And that's one of the main things you can tell that the difference up ahead actually is the fact, like, it's almost as if you can see the effect of, like, the sun passes easier past, like, a certain limitation. So, like, 200 feet ahead, it's almost like it just gets brighter. So if you've ever seen where, like, the cloud passes, like, a really heavy cloud passes in front of the sun, and it, like, blocks out the sunlight in front of you, and then you see just shade. That's kind of like this, but permanent. And so you're permanently in the shade at this point.
Okay, interesting. I think Theo then instinctively will have some dancing lights around the party. Just some lights bobbing around in the sort of dim shade around us.
Okay. What color are they?
What did I say last time? Green or orange?
Okay, cool. Good to know. Yeah, and they give out like 10 or 20 feet of dim. I think it's 20 feet of dim light. So it's at least helpful, but definitely breaks any kind of real stealth you guys had going. In that
I'm
regard.
not like, I don't want them like right around us, you know, like a box around us. I want them in the fog, sort of nearby, you know. So they wouldn't be directly giving us away either. I wouldn't like to think anyway, but they would just be floating nearby in the fog, so it gives us a bit more like perception, a bit more peripheral vision.
They can essentially one of them has to be within 20 feet of you, and then the following one has to be within 20 foot of it, and then 20 foot, so they can extend out to 100 feet away from you, but they will have to be within like 20 foot of each other, and the first one has to be 20 foot from you. So you can have them kind of extended out in a way where you have like 20 feet on either side of you, and then
20 feet's not that close.
Okay.
I think I'll have them in a line, just going one way.
Nice. Okay.
Landing strip.
And okay, yeah. So you continue making your way through, and it's not going to take you long. I mean, you are moving at half speed because you guys are stealthing. This is like one of the reasons why it's taking you longer to get to go along this path at this point, is because you are sneaking and observing the area around you. And you essentially come across, make about 120 feet sort of distance, where you then see essentially the foot of an individual in front of you. Sort of.
Oh no.
You can't see the body yet, but it's like kind of hidden by a big set of bushes, like thorny bushes, and their foot is just kind of protruding out next to it. A booted foot.
I think at this point, I would draw my sword and like push forward to the corpse or body.
Okay.
I'll follow.
I also kind of think that everything I just said would be wrong, and Theo isn't that good at magic, and they'd kind of just be wherever he's looking. There would just be these 4 floating ups because he doesn't know what he's doing, so he's just
Claire
looking
backs
at the
up.
light
She's like,
fly
I'm not
over
a part
them.
of this. She just backs up. She has her own little space from all this
Okay.
havoc.
Yeah, and you step around the corner of like these bushes, and you see, yeah, pretty sneaky. You see essentially the body of this individual who is face down, but towards the end of their head, you can just see this large, not sort of large, it's not even that big, but this floating shape in the air with its back turned to you, and there's just this dark black and sort of like white flow of energy going in or from its body into whoever this individual is on the floor. There's just this slight suction sound, like.
So one could assume that this nefarious, shadowy being might be sucking the soul out of this poor, prone individual.
Yep.
Yeah, Eldritch Blast.
Okay then. Let's quickly get this set up here.
Blast. Cool.
Let me get this ready.
I'm glad I backed up.
Sorry, before said Eldritch Blast, said Somnia's Veiled Hex, then Eldritch Blast.
Okay. So we will have a moment here where Figgle and Malachi will be able to act first, and then we'll roll initiative. So let me just drag you guys on here, and then reposition you correctly, as I don't have a specific map for this. But so Malachi would pretty much be here. Let me drag on the body of some random person here. Totally doesn't have a name. Where is he? Make sure you can't see their details. Cool.
What the fuck is that thing?
I should just have that there. And you guys would be pretty much... Didn't ask for your walking order, but I will pretty much assume something like this. And so I will also just draw on, as I don't have...
I was right behind Flair. That was about the only thing I said. In terms
Okay.
of walking order.
Wait, no, I
so-
backed up from you with your
Yeah,
life.
she backed up.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit,
she backed
idiot.
out after...
Well,
Get away from me.
Gotta be behind me.
Essentially, there's... Oh, wait, no, it wouldn't be that. Would not be that. It'd be... Kind of like this, where there's just a bunch of bushes on this side here. Let's just switch their positions here, actually. That make more sense. So, Malachi, you come around the corner here, and you see this floating spectre essentially draining potential life out of this individual.
Yeah.
So you can
I'll
target
take-
it, and you can use Summoner's Hex. Make
So
sure-
I'll take 3 stress.
Stress points, okay. Make sure to add that on.
It's alt, and then.
I suppose we should put some battle music on.
What's stress? Just out of curiosity, or is
We
that
do not
something that we'll
know.
find out?
Something special.
It's a thing we'll figure out when it
Yeah.
Oh
happens.
my
Awesome.
god.
Fantastic.
We're gonna have to kill him at some point.
Eldritch Blast and
see-
24, that definitely fucking hits.
Man.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ, my dude.
That's unreal.
12 damage is enough to instantly kill it. So you come around this corner, see this individual like body laid out and sprawled across this part in front of you, and this thing just and your instant reaction, casting hex on it from your mind, like your temple just bursts like out in pain, like your hard to see out of one eye, but you flick your hand up and launch through your sword, if I'm right in saying that's how you do it.
Yeah.
The burst of what color energy is it again in your Eldritch Blast?
So the core of the blast is jade, while the perimeter of the beam is like what is the word? Venta black, the darkest black.
Yeah, it just launches straight towards this thing, hits it in the center, and just explodes, and the whole of this being is just dissipated, and they are blown up and gone. So keep in mind, your hex is still technically there. You'll just need to use a bonus action on your turn to run it. So let's get you all in initiative here.
We killed it.
Did you? So obviously to get to initiative, you can go to the top right on combat encounters, and then click the dice next to your name, or you can go to your sheet and click it as well.
Why can't I roll
Suppose
dice?
my nature's thing will.
Yes.
activate.
Oh, sorry.
you-
Yes. Your thing. Your nature's Aegis as well. Triggered as well.
What happens?
A sickly
at my
set
initiative.
of leaves and sticks sort of flow up from the ground as you cast and mutter the words, and they start to stick to your body, almost with like through a tar-like substance as they sort of collapse in around your face, your body, and there's just these almost like spikes similar to the ones that you've seen that are sort of like protruding out. It seems like whatever nature or natural essence you've soaked in up from around you, it's kind of grimy.
Okay.
Technically, I rolled twice as good this time.
Did you roll a 2?
Actually, no, I think I rolled a 3 and then a -1.
Okay.
I mean, just saying nat 20 on the initiative of fighting a dead guy.
highly important.
Exactly.
One sec.
I feel like that should be highlighted green, but it's not.
What should?
The 23 from Malachi, natural 20 plus 3.
Well, I
The-
think
When you expand, it's highlighted, but
Oh yeah.
well, I think that's like personal preference for DMs, though, right? Some DMs just do the number when it's a nat 20. Some do.
Yeah, the
a nat
ones
20
that
is
don't.
better.
I think it should be. I'm not sure why Foundry's not doing it. Not bad. All right, so let me look at the initiative here. So Malachi at the very top. So you instinctively blast this thing up, and your hex, the energy from the hex, is then just floating above this purplish sort of almost like crown is just floating above where this creature's, what you perceive to be its head was. And the rest of it being is just gone. You can't, like, there's nothing left of this creature for you to like find or anything, but there's the body here. There's no immediate threats. What are you doing?
I'm gonna push on to who I assume is the miller, and basically just have a good old scan around to see if I can see any other threats.
Okay, you can use your action here to make a perception check.
Cause them shadows be tricksy, yo. Perception. Give me something good.
oh,
Oh
Uh,
shit!
Oh no.
I can't see
Not
anything.
Surely there won't be anything else around here. You've just blown up this thing.
Yeah, I mean, this one guy just nuked to oblivion. We're obviously fine.
You don't immediately see anything around you, but you do see, like, you're still in like you come towards the edge of the corpse of trees, like a big, like a essentially like a patch of trees, not quite a forest or anything, but a corpse of trees as they're called.
Can I take
Good
this
point there. Thank you
opportunity-
very much. Actually, Otto does go on the map.
Oh, can I take this opportunity just to like take a knee and like just to see if he's alive?
Yeah,
Just
sure.
put my like
You
put my fingers
he's
to his neck.
his back like is facing you, so you can flip him over, and I'll say you can tell that this is Tom Miller, and his face is just in like caught in a scream. His jaw is like almost pretty much broken down in like a horrified scream at this point, and his hands like stuck in claw shape, stiff as a board as you flip him over, and hit again like the skin taut against his face, very much dead. And let me just quickly grab Otto here. He would be back behind you here.
Very much of like finding out that poor Tom is dead. Malachi will just punch the ground, just full on fist.
Ooh, I've done this.
Boom.
Okay, right. At the end of your go, there is going to be what is everyone's passive perceptions? Flare.
Mine is 13. Well,
15.
Flare, you see out of the shadows over here,
Okay.
the shadows just come and launch down from the tree and speed just across the ground, almost just like floating, but just like darting forwards towards Fiddlebottom, and it just like and reaches out towards Fiddle with their claws, and they're going to use this ability. See if they actually manage to hit you. Natural 1. So I would probably say thematically, maybe Flare, you shout out a warning to Fiddle, who's able to dart.
Shadow
Move
person,
slightly.
Move away.
So you turn, and there is just like a claw swings past your face. There's no like whooshing sound, but the claw just well, I say claw, it's like a hand shaped like a claw, just whooshes straight past your face, and it is just then sort of like backs off slightly. That's the end of its turn. You wouldn't see this though, Flare. another one of those same creatures that most of you wouldn't have seen. Figure might have been would have caught like part of it as Malachi acted, but from behind, this creature descends from the trees, and you first notice it when you hear that same shrieking sound, but it's coming from right up next to you, and it is going to dive straight in towards this pocket of people here, and is going to just so you know, Fiddle, don't change prepared spells after
Yeah,
a long rest, because I can see when you change stuff.
Yeah, I've been looking at them. Like I haven't.
That's fine. I'm not going to make a deal of it now, but just for future, once you set them at the start of the day, that's it. But this is your first time playing D&D, so it's fine. But it is
I've been spending the
shrieking,
time looking at them. Yeah, sorry.
as it is shrieking, can I have everyone within this radius here make a intelligence saving throw for me, please?
Oh, but I'm dumb.
I can.
Intelligence
Team,
saving
bro.
throw.
Dumb boys for
Me
life.
and Fiddle have advantage on that because of no
shit.
cunning.
So I just
Yes,
throw one
it is
more then.
technically a magical effect, so yeah, you can chuck in a one.
I got a 1, but it's not.
Oh,
It's an
that's-
unnatural one.
Mine was
Nothing natural
17
about that
then.
one.
I rolled for the puppy, and they actually rolled a natural 17 for a total of a 13.
Still better than us,
Oh,
mostly.
I'm a level too early.
So, Theo, you rolled a natural 2.
Unnatural.
And then 17 for you, Fiddle. Yeah, that is your best one. And then Figgle, 9. Howden, an 8. And that is it. Okay. Where the fuck is this effect gone? Sorry, guys. Damage. You all take 4 points of psychic damage.
I thought that was going to be worse. Oh,
And
maybe I'm speaking
you
too
will
soon.
have... Oh, yeah, no.
1
yeah,
point.
that's
So, did you say we all take 1 point of
No,
Four.
damage?
No, 4 points.
Oh.
Yes, you will take 4 points of damage, all within that area. And then the shriek is gone, but it's just piercing, just this loud, high-pitched scream, unnatural in nature, slams against your faces and pierces through your ears. Wait, sorry. No. Howden, you take an extra 4, and Figgle, you take an extra 4. And Theo, you take an extra 4 as well.
Oh my god.
Everyone else made the save, but you guys failed.
Okay, yeah, that's about as
Ow.
bad as I thought it was going to be. Ruh-roh.
Oh, let me just fix this. So
Oh, God.
stop. Okay. And at the end of its go, another one of these specters is going to fly down towards you, Malachi, and is going to attack you. It's going to lash out at you, but essentially it's like a whip from its head. There's just energy that just whips out and looks to just slam against your whole face.
Kinky.
What is your AC?
14.
This hits, and you... the damage was bad. You get hit, and you take 2 points of damage. But
Only 2.
you now have disadvantage on intelligence saving throws and ability checks for the next minute. But you can make a saving throw versus it at the start of your... No, at the end of your turns. So, where is... Yeah, so just keep that in mind. You have disadvantage for the next minute, and you can make an intelligence saving throw to break out of it, which will have disadvantage on. End of that go, it is Flair. It is your go.
All right. Wow, what a myriad of options we have here. You know what? I think Hal can handle that thing. I think I'll get the one that's near Malachi and shoot him in the face.
Okay.
Cool. Remind me how to do that. Do I shift click or control click?
Left alt.
Left alt.
Yeah. Let me zoom in on this so we get the animation as well. And you click attack.
Attack.
Attack! Let's see what you get.
Ooh,
Oh, natural
okay.
Man, you and your fucking attack rolls are nuts.
Okay,
You and
I just like,
Malachi.
I'm a girl with a bow. It's that simple.
Alright, click damage. You definitely managed to shoot and hit this
The
thing.
slightly moist bow is overpowered.
Jesus, let's see how much health this thing's got.
Damn bow.
Cool animation there. You do a decent chunk of damage to it, but it seemingly is still alive. It doesn't actually have that color blood. I just haven't changed it. If you can see that, which I think you can.
Yeah.
I'll have to go through and carefully change that later. But decent amount of damage. It flies straight through this thing at its core, and it almost tries to let out a shriek as you do so, but you cut it off mid-shriek, saving potentially Malachi in that moment of further damage, and the arrow carries on through and hits right next to Tom Miller's head.
Can I shout to Malachi? I got you, Malachi. I told you I'd be there for you.
Okay. Are you going to do anything else? Move or...
Honestly, I think I'm good where I'm at.
Awesome. And if you're going Fiddle, it is now your turn. Oh, I forgot to do the damage on this puppy.
No.
I will just say he had 5 points of HP. He now has 1, as he is just yelping and screaming on the floor at this point. It is horrible.
Well, I was going to do a Thunderwave, but that would probably kill him then.
Yeah,
Not
maybe
do
a
that.
little.
Just a little bit of killing.
You can Thunder Wave and not hit him, I think, right?
No, it hits everyone within a 15, and it's guaranteed damage. It looks like it, even if you save.
I mean,
I thought it was directional, but I don't know it, so.
In a
There-
15-foot
there is
cube
like a cone.
originating
yeah.
from you,
Yeah, it's,
how does that make?
A square in front of you, basically, 15
Yeah.
feet, so 3 by 3.
So just a,
It would look
Like,
like
you could put it
this.
yeah.
Essentially, wait, is it 15 foot, do you say?
Yeah,
There's
15
each
foot.
creature in a 15-foot cube originating from
Yeah,
you.
so it'd be like that.
It'd be like that, but you can do it like that. You could do it like this. You can do it like that. You could just target your brother as well if you want.
Yeah, why not? Let's see
Just
that.
hit all three of us, fine.
No, I'm
Like
alright.
that?
I'm hurt.
Okay.
You could do this and include Malachi as well.
And the guy on the floor.
Where's the measure? Select templates, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
And then
there you
rectangle
go.
template.
How
so
do,
like
how do I
this,
move
yeah.
that? Oh god.
So top left, if you click on it and then press delete.
Just yeah.
It says 15-foot cube, so it'd be like this. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. There's a lot of stuff to read on it. I'll just do it. We'll
If
see what
you
happens.
if you click attack, it'll come up in chat and we can walk you through it.
Okay.
Oh shit. Yeah, and it also you can then click place measure. Like there you go, and it has like a magical effect. on it.
Oh shit! Did a little
Oh, that's so cool.
animation.
Yeah, and then so both of these guys. So essentially, a thunderous like force sweeps out from you. Like if you think of like like essentially that's kind of what this is, where you let out a force of energy in a direction, and it can be any flavor you want. Like how does this look? How are you releasing this energy? What are you saying or doing?
I say Mika Vista Julian, and then it just goes bing.
Very nice. Well, they both roll fucking terrible, so they both fail. You can click the damage button, and let's see how much damage you do. Ooh, 7
When it
points.
says like 2d8, does that just mean if I roll a 1 and a 1, it's a 2?
Yes.
Is that how that
Yeah.
works? Okay.
Yeah, some spells will have, and like some things, like if you attack with the sword, they have like a guaranteed minimum of like what it is plus the actual roll and stuff as well. So, and as you level up, and like if you're proficient with weapons, you get your proficiency added onto it as well. So at the moment, I think you have a +2. But for you, for this spell, that's not what's added.
So that could do 16 damage on a max roll then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is insane, and that's essentially to maybe 9 different targets if there's 9 targets in that square, which is ridiculous. And it could
That's
be more
literally
than that
like
as well.
the cleric's judgment then.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
No, it's fucking awesome. You can also just blast people off ledges and shit with it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they get pushed back as well, don't
Yeah,
they?
yeah, 10
good.
foot.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
not
like
these people, though.
the boom is blasted out around you, and is heard for a decent distance, and they take a decent amount of damage. Let's see. Ooh, jeez. Oh god. Oh right. Both these things, as you blast them with this energy, they're just dissipated through the air. They just get sent blasted. And they are both dead and gone.
Nice.
No remains
Yeah, bro.
whatsoever.
Right. It just said it's my turn twice. Should I end turn?
It's so you have a bonus action, but I don't think you have anything you can do.
Oh yeah, let me.
You can't do a leveled spell as a bonus action because so you can't do like.
I've got
word.
healing. Well, I can't, can I?
You also don't have it prepared tonight.
Oh yeah.
But so
I can walk, can't I?
yeah, you can walk. You can move if you want.
Otto's not going to follow me, is
He acts on your turn, so yeah, he will.
he? Okay.
This
What's
creature will attack you if it's range,
Will it?
though.
He'll attack
Yeah.
you or the dog.
He'll attack me.
Or
Can
the
I?
dog.
Or the dog.
Is it random or what?
You don't know.
Oh, it's based on Tom, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah, it's
well,
based on my parameters.
I'm not moving. I'm staying. I'm standing still.
Good
End
choice.
turn.
Good choice.
All right, end of your turn. Oh, you actually clicked it. You're the first person who's ever done that. Just in general, don't click those arrows. I'll do it all. Just so we have all the same thing, but interesting. So,
There's
flare.
arrows to click?
Me?
Yeah, on the like where it says like combat, like on the combat tracker. Out of nowhere,
Tom.
flare. You feel it as like a cold, just sort of arm extends and goes and tries to. Well, okay, I'll tell you what. Actually, I'll just do the roll if it'll let me. There we go. Do the roll. Use this. Attack. Natural 20.
I knew it.
Okay. So yeah.
Somehow I felt it coming.
So you feel this cold energy just slap straight in towards your chest. It's almost as if someone's come behind you and just smacked you with a hand behind. So you're like, oh! And as you do, you swear you could almost see like your spirit in front of you for a second and then back in towards you. But you take 15 points of damage.
Okay.
And I need you to
4
make
HP.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Okay.
Damn!
Alright.
So Flare,
Yeah.
your maximum HP currently is reduced by 15.
Damn!
Tom, that's fucked up.
What?
That's actually fucked up.
What am I missing here?
Flair's basically dead.
Well,
So-
yeah,
What is her HP at the moment? Before that?
19.
yes,
Oh,
now her
dear.
max HP.
So
is
now her
4.
max HP is 4, so if she were to take 8 damage, she'd be actually dead.
I don't think
That's
it
just
is.
for this
so the way I work it, just for everyone, I work it that an automatic death is if someone hits double your max HP,
Oh, okay.
no matter what. Actually, no, yeah. So you're right. Actually, no, her temp hit points are reduced, so that is true. That is correct. But normally, like if someone is like down 4 HP, but their normal max is 19, you'd still have to hit double that. But because she's reduced down to 4, if she gets hit for 8 damage, she's dead.
She dead.
She's
Yikes.
permanently dead. Fuck. Okay.
That's not cool,
Oh.
Tom.
Hey, it's not
You
me.
know what?
I didn't do
Wait.
this.
It's the roll. It's the
For no
dice.
reason. I did nothing wrong. I just stood there.
You kept winning, and now you got
Survivor
Oh.
tree.
So first you
you
fell
have
out of a
loads.
tree, and now you're fighting a ghost.
He's also hit every target for like a bazillion damage, like throughout the game so far.
So I got nerfed.
Damn!
Yeah,
Yeah,
you've been
you're-
nerfed by this mob.
So I've just changed it
Wow.
on your sheet. You can't. Oh shit. Ignore that. There you go.
Wait, so I only have 4 HP. Forever.
Not forever,
Who knows?
presumably.
Tom, is it counted as a disease?
No, that's not how this stuff works.
How does it work then?
I
It works
guess you'll
how
have
he
to
says
find
it
out.
works.
Some shadow creature that you have no knowledge about has just smacked you. We have no clue how it works.
Now I'm forever afflicted.
For now, you are sent gasping as you are absolutely smacked the life out of here. Fucking natural 20, Jesus fucking Christ. And Theo, you hear her scream. There's no blood. All the blood you see on the screen is not there. There's no real bloody attacks here. Let me just get rid of it. But there, it's just the howl of pain from Flair as she's shouted, like, "Don't worry, Malachi, I've got you!" and just fucked. And you yourself have been heavily hurt by this individual next to you. Things are looking bad. What are you doing?
Right. I have two options the way I see it. I protect Flair, or I protect the dog. And that is the worst decision I've had
you've
to make
heavily,
so far.
yeah, you've not made that question easy on yourself.
Just chuck the dog at Flair and hope it saves her.
There's three of us around the dog. I feel like the dog is going to be okay. So I'll
This
shoot.
thing.
I point at the shadow creature next to Flair, and I say, "Piss off!" Chaos bolt at it.
Okay,
Piss
let's do
off.
this.
Get off me
Piss
land.
off.
Let's see what this does. Let's see if it
Oh my
bounces
God.
as well.
Yeah.
Oh
Nat
my.
20.
Natural 20,
fucking
let's
go.
go!
Let's fucking go.
Right.
Excuse my language.
You can fucking
Oh,
switch.
okay. I thought that was. Yeah, right. Okay, that's fine.
Crit.
Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of damage.
That's so outrageous. What is going
What
on?
is that?
Okay,
What are
none
these
of the
rolls?
d8s. None of the d8s are the same.
Why did it roll so many? Is that
Because it's
right?
double. Yeah,
It's crit.
it
Oh,
rolls.
yeah, it's
it rolls.
2d8
Oh, God.
and a d6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
24 damage.
I just looked at Tom during that, and his face was like,
What actually does it show me the breakdown of what the rolls
Yeah,
were?
if you click on
4d8 plus 2, you can see it.
yeah, so you rolled
click on
a,
that.
a 6 and a
Yeah.
1 for the damage, like the first two rolls, which is what you'll base the choice off.
Yeah, I'll have acid.
Acid.
Okay.
Acid. Yeah. It doesn't bounce,
Good.
and I need to do a
That's your
magic
choice.
roll.
So it wouldn't normally bounce, but because it's a critical and it's so fucking insane, I will say
Yeah.
it bounces
Critical moment.
upwards and hits this other specter that was just in the process of diving down towards you, and you sort of fling her like, "Piss off!" Towards this thing that is fucked up Flare. It sends that just bursting and it just dissipates in the air, just and then the bolt carries on, like hits a tree, hits another one. It's like, whoa, where's it gonna go? And then woof, cuts straight through the specter that was diving straight towards your face, and it starts to like let out a scream, like, "Ah!" and then just poof,
Oh my
explodes
God.
into essentially mist here, and it is fucking dead. 24 points of damage at level 2. Are you having me on?
That was the most well-timed crit of all time.
I know.
So let's see
that was so good.
Wow.
if you roll a surge,
Yeah.
because you're nice and grouped up here.
I'm onto
Do
a
you
D8.
polymorph one of
sure.
us into an owlbear?
I think I'm onto a D8. I
Ye-
might be misremembering, but I think I did a 20,
D20,
and a 12.
D12.
20, a 12, and a 10. Because
Yes.
I've done 2 Chaos Bolts and a shield.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. We're good.
Okay.
We're fine, guys.
Is it just stuck at a D8 now?
No, it's a D6 now. So it goes down every time with this one.
So
So
just so
obviously,
everyone's
the-
aware, if he hits a natural 1, like a natural 1 on any of the, like this dice, a surge of magic is going to happen, and it's a fully customized wild magic table that we're testing out, with 140 different options. So, and
So I could go
natural
as well.
1s on that 1d100 table. All right, fucking sick. Are you doing anything else with your turn, Mr. Fucking Natural 20?
No, I'm okay, thanks. I'm gonna stay where I am so I don't get hit.
All right. So, almost your turn, Figgle. But out of the shadows comes another creature that is going to lunge straight towards your face. And it is going to, again, use the same ability as its friend did. Let's see it roll. What's your AC?
18.
It hits. Can you make a
Oh, fuck.
Constitution saving throw for me, please? You make it. So
Let's
you
go.
take 7 points of damage, but your hit
Oh,
point
I'm almost
maximum
dead.
your hit point
Fantastic.
maximum is not reduced. End of its go. It is now your turn, Figgle, as this thing just lunges towards you and essentially just wraps its hands around your face, and they just extend around naturally around it, around your face, leaving your eyes to see as it opens up its sort of mouth and just breathes out towards you, and you can see just rows and rows of dark teeth that don't seem to have physical form, but are there nonetheless.
Well, you've graciously put them in melee range, so I do my thing, so I'm just going to have to stab it.
Okay.
I do not stab it.
I'm sorry, my dude.
Well, I don't know. I did not mean to click that.
That's alright. You can ignore it.
Ah, that ends my turn.
End of your turn. Howden, it is your turn. Fucking natural 20s.
I'm muted, mate.
Back to back.
Sorry about
so-
Here we go,
Uh,
natural 1 incoming.
Keep it simple. Hammer out, and I'll smack the one below me.
Go for it.
And I'll make it. Well, assuming it hits, I'll make it a divine smite.
Oh, getting spicy. That definitely fucking hits. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
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 Who is due
So
one?
we get divine smite as well.
Divine Smite on top of that. Yeah, roll damage on this and then click the Divine Smite in your spellbook.
Doing this in the wrong order. Sorry.
It's all good.
Nice.
21
11.
damage. And an extra 4 of Radiant.
So that. Yeah, so that's fine. I was just checking I did it the right way around.
Yep. 11 and 4, so 15 total. How do you want to do this?
Good question. I think it is. It comes from below, straight into the chest, and just goes right through the thing. And there's like a blinding flash of light as the hammer hits, as the sort of the divine infusion impacts, and the sort of darkness of this creature is. It goes from a black to a radiant white light for a moment, and then after that light fades, there's nothing left.
Yeah.
It's just gone.
It is gone for sure. Anything else?
Oh, actually, no, I only have one more spell slot. That'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. End of your turn. We start at the back of the top of the round here. Malachi, it is your go. A lot has happened.
Yeah. For my bonus action, I would like to spin Somnia's Veiled Hex over to where this guy here.
Okay.
And then I shall move myself, and then hit it with said blade that I have in my hands.
Go for it. Swing that thing.
Click the buttons. Why buttons so hard to click?
Don't know, mate. What are you trying to do? On your sword on
I'm
the left-hand side?
Yeah, I'm trying to hit attack roll, but it won't let me.
What about, can you see this?
Yes, I can see that.
Has it got the attack options on it for you?
It does not.
Okay. So if you click on your character sheet.
There we go.
Oh,
Hold
there
on.
you go. Okay.
That's a 3!
Oh, buddy.
That's not good!
Oh, buddy. Doesn't
We're
quite
not hitting
hit.
anything with that!
You almost like kind of like slice through part of it, but it doesn't seem to deliver any actual damage. You're very close.
I blame it on you, cat.
End of your go, I assume. Are you doing anything else? You've used your action and your
I've
bonus
used my
action?
movement, I've used my bonus, I've moved my action. That's
Cool.
me done.
Flair, it is yours. You are feeling frail. You are feeling weak. What are you
I don't know,
doing?
Man. I guess I'm just gonna hit this man and see. I don't know. It's the best I can do right now for myself, isn't it?
Yeah?
So I'm gonna hit him with an arrow.
You could just shoot Otto as well. Like, that's always an option.
Shoot Otto? Why would I do that?
Just trolling.
Because Tom's sick and he
No.
wants to kill it.
If I wanted to kill it, it would be
No.
dead.
Okay, at least I hit it. Classic.
Don't know, you completely miss it. No, yeah, you definitely fucking hit it with a 23. Miss, I can't roll below a 20 on an attack roll. Jeez. 10. Doesn't quite kill it, but you're going to deliver a decent shot to it.
Cool.
Where do you aim on
That'd be
this
hot.
weirdly
Just-
strange shaped thing which currently has Figgle's head in its grasp?
You know, I think I just aim at it. At this point, I'm just kind of distraught. And I'm not sure I'm gonna make it out of there. So I just aim at the shadow person. And wherever it hits, I'm just happy that it hit.
Brilliant. It pierces straight through it, but doing a huge amount of damage with a bit of water sort of trailing behind the arrow. Bloody in this creature by far. Oh, I'd already done that, hadn't I? Ugh. Just delivered the damage twice by accident.
Rest in peace, unknown NPC.
Alright, Fiddle and Theo, it's all up to you guys.
Fiddle, it is your go.
Theo.
Otto is whining and pulling at your leash, but so weakly. It's just... You can see it's just looking like its skin is withered and starting to wither and going tight.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. And what? Otto's 1 HP and Flair's 4 HP.
Yep. From a meta perspective, yeah. Flair doesn't... Well, yeah, Flair looks fucked up, but she's technically not bloodied. Otto is bloodied. As in, absolutely fucked.
Okay.
Technically, Flair's at max HP.
Yeah, true. Not taking damage. I'll walk up here.
Yep.
And I will use Primal Savagery.
Oh, let's go.
Do I click attack first, I guess?
Yeah. Roll attack, see if you hit it. Yep, that hits. So you can roll
Okay.
damage. Nice. That is actually going to be enough. It had 1 HP left. How do you want to do this? What does it look like? Describe to me what Primal Savagery looks like from Mr. Fiddle.
Well, it's like a werewolf movie where I'm just slowly getting more and more like a werewolf, but not actually a werewolf. Just my fingers and my teeth. And I'm just gonna poke my index finger and middle finger into where the shadow's eyes would be if it had eyes.
Yeah, so you dive on over, summoning on the sort of like the primal energies and elements within you, and just slash out with your left hand towards its face, which is currently dived in close to your brother's, and you just want this thing fucking away, and you claw towards its face, specifically towards its eyes, and as you do so, you essentially just separate its head from its body, if that was realistically possible, but as you do so, you break the fabrics that were holding this thing together, and it is dead, and you just send it sprawling, and like parts of the shadow just hit onto the ground and just spread out towards the bottoms of trees, extending their shadows out a bit further. And that is going to be end of combat.
Woo.
We did it.
We have another 5 minutes, so we'll quickly wrap this up. But there you go. What's going on? Who's doing what? What's the reaction?
I'm just
Uh,
I think I
I don't
immediately
feel
run over
very
to
good.
the bloke on the ground and
Okay.
just try and assess if he's alive or if he's.
The miller is
Survivable.
dead. We were too late to save him.
I'll be the
I'm gonna
judge of that.
I'm gonna say fuck that guy and try and help Otto out.
True.
How do I move again?
Click a drag.
That's not doing it.
Oh, let me. Oh, do not need to click on that. Let me.
What's happening with Flair? Is she still not dying but not
Does it
Yeah,
work now?
I'm
living?
alive. I'm just not good.
They
Can
they
I
look
see?
Yeah.
they look. She looks weak, and her skin looks taut to her face.
That's still happening then.
Could I like try and make sure she's alive? Was she awake?
She's alive. She's
Yeah,
awake.
I'm just here. I'm just very
Not
weak.
you. Not you.
He,
I don't care
you
you.
can see Tom Miller,
am
who
not.
is
Sorry.
flipped over from Malachi's inspection. You can see again his face, like his jaw is broken unnaturally down, like as if it's just been snapped downwards, and he's just screaming, his tongue pulled further down, ripped from the back of the throat, or front of the throat technically, and his hands just stuck in claw positions, almost like defending himself from an impossible target. Very much obviously dead, his skin completely taut. Pretty much looks similar to Flair's taut skin, but not. But she still has color to her skin at this point.
I search him.
Well, maybe you should rest. You don't look so
No,
good.
I search him.
Roll
I'll
an
try and stop
investigate. Roll
Can I
an.
try and stop her?
You can roll like what are you doing to try and stop her?
Well,
I mean, I've investigated.
if she reaches in and like tries, like I'd grab her arm and stop her.
We need to figure out what happened. Also, ow.
You
I'm
think
weak
going through
now.
his
Stop.
pockets will tell you
I'm
how
just
he died?
rifling, you know.
Looking for what?
He's
don't
not
know.
gonna need
Let's
it, is
find out.
he?
Doesn't make it yours.
It's not mine. I'm just looking.
Whose is it?
This man's, obviously.
Well,
I've-
he's dead. So can a dead person own something?
Yes.
Maybe the
Let's
next
just
of
see
kin,
what he
not
has
you.
on him. It's not necessarily to steal. I just want to investigate the body, search the body. It's very calm. I may be dying, but I'm alright.
I will keep a very close eye on her while she's doing it.
Okay. So you start rifling through his pockets, and there's like a backpack flung to the side, which seemingly has a bedroll on it, and there is a couple of rations within it as well, like enough for a few days' travel, but they're all just spoiled and molded, which just shouldn't be the case. Like, why would he carry molded food on him? And if he went the day before, like, why are they already like disgusting? And there's like a few sets of clothes. Here, let me roll something. Are you? Nope. Can you?
Does the corpse Tom look like he's aged beyond how he should look?
Age is in the fact that his skin. It's. Give me a sec. Like you find 37 copper coins on him, and a platinum piece as well. In a little coin bag, hidden under his clothes in the bag, and otherwise you also find like a small dagger on his belt. You also have a small hammer as well, and a small tarpaulin that is sort of tied up with the bedroll that could be used potentially for like a makeshift tent.
Okay. I take the platinum and I say, look, everyone, moldy food. How is this possible if you only came here yesterday? This investigation was well worth it. Now we know more.
Well, the copper and platinum are within like the same like coin pouch, so you'd have to take the whole coin pouch unless you want to. Unless you want to say you open it up there and count and take just the platinum in front of everyone.
I mean, what's that?
Oh, platinum.
Need
Well,
I say
I'll
more?
probably just take the coin pouch and be like, I'm taking this. There's no use, to this guy anymore. I'll take it.
Are you his child?
He has a family.
He doesn't have a family. He lives
Are you
alone.
his child?
Oh,
He
He's
was
his
a
child.
bachelor.
Are you
he
his
might
child?
have next of
No
kin.
one is his child. I can
So
have
you're
this.
not his child.
And
Are you his
It
lover?
could go to his
it,
burial.
no,
Then put it
He
back.
could have a nice grave with a
No.
platinum.
I'm taking this and I stow it away.
But platinum
It's
is
no use to
What
the
the
dead,
fuck? It's 10 gold.
You can have a village with a
but I
platinum,
didn't
no?
open it yet,
yeah,
so I don't know that.
no, yeah. I will just say that platinum is very rare. Like, it's not something you guys would see, pretty much at all. Even
I
those of
say,
you with
I'm
like 100
taking
gold.
It nas that. He's dead. It's no use to him. Otherwise, we'd just be left here. Why?
More
would I
importantly,
open it?
though, just to butt in, I
Big
don't
ol'
really
bottom
care
disapproves.
who takes the platinum
Fair.
or not.
Pops up in the
But
top
why,
left of your screen, yeah.
Guys,
why would he have a platinum on him? He's a miller.
True. Why
He's
would
a trader.
Yeah, but he's not going to be paid
do
by
we
a
know?
platinum by anyone. He's only been gone for town for a day. What's he doing
Why
with
does
this on him?
Why does Figgle have over 125 gold coins? I don't.
You want to know the story?
Why does
Go on,
Malachi
mate.
have absolutely no money on him? All good questions.
why am I poor?
Why is this man rich and why am I poor?
Should we investigate
Like,
the
come
border,
on,
though?
society.
Do you need to
Like,
judge a
where it's
man in
fading?
death?
What Flair?
Should we see the border where it's fading before we leave and investigate like whether it's growing or not? Like we were going to. Are we near the border?
Yeah, you can carry on. It's like another 80 feet away from you.
Okay. Flair continues the investigation.
Okay.
And brushes this off and goes to the border
That's the way we
where
came from.
everything's fading.
Yeah, but you don't need to worry about moving your tokens. We'll be back in Theatre of Mind here now.
It was in
Um,
spirit.
but Howden, yeah, this body, although now having part of their belongings removed, they're very much dead. I will just say, so like on like what Theo was saying, like why is someone carrying so much on them? And they have like a good week's worth of rations on them, or would have if they weren't gone off. Are you doing anything else with the body?
We got to
Do we
bring
take
it
him back?
back.
Yeah.
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 Let's take him to a farm.
I would assume the wounds are kind of in like with what we can see on Flare. Not
Yeah,
quite
it's-
physical, but more like
Or like the person from earlier.
attributional.
My life's essence is just gone.
What are you saying, Howden?
I was like a worse version of the person from earlier, right? Or similar. There's Celine rather than.
Yeah, that looks far worse than Celine.
Been tapped into.
There's like a scale. There's like Flair, Celine, and then this guy.
Yeah.
But Flair walks off from you guys and carries on over towards seemingly the edge of this withering area. Is anyone going with her?
She got the platinum in her pocket.
She
I
got
do
the
have
coin
4
pouch.
HP. Like I'm not gonna have it for very long.
Can we look around?
Yeah, what are you
Like
looking for?
what can we see?
It's so you're in a corpse of trees, a set of trees around you, pine trees and spruce trees, and like a fairly big oak, just a singular one off to one of the sides. And there's a bunch of fauna as well, which is wilted, and there's a couple of these black thorny spikes that are sticking out of the ground at different points when you pay a little bit more attention. And one of them is seemingly sort of like wrapped up the base of a tree at this point, like just starting that process of
Can
wrapping
we
up.
not have a little look around?
Flair's walked off from you guys.
I've already gone to the edge.
Flair goes 80 feet in a direction. It's not that far. And yeah, as you make this like last 80 feet, you can see that the withering isn't as strong as you get towards this point. It's kind of like a progressively gets better as you get towards the edge of what seems to be this effect. And then on the other side of it, you can see it just looks like normal like grasses and bushes as it goes off. It's just like a wilderness. There's the trees off in the distance, probably a good 10-minute walk, I think I said it was. in the distance, which is like a much larger clump, like technically a small forest, like a woods, as we would call it here in the UK, I think. But otherwise, like, there's like an area where it just, this dark area stops, and you seemingly can step out of the shade. And do you step across this invisible border, as it were?
Sure.
It's just nice and warm on the other side. You're instantly hit by the sun rays at this point. It's about midday. The sun is in full effect, and you can definitely just tell the difference of stepping in between the previous area and here is that there is just that natural warmth, whereas
Okay.
previously it's cold.
I think I'll go and report this back to the group. So I go back.
Okay. You go back, and what is everyone doing? Fiddle, you had looked around and you sort of gathered that kind of information, but is there anything specifically other people are looking for or anything?
I think at this point I'll try to pick up Tom, Mr. Miller here, and just begin trying to get him ready to take him back to the village.
You can definitely do that. They don't feel that heavy. I think you've got a base strength that you can. Yeah, I mean, someone else will have to carry his backpack and stuff, but you can carry him. He seems fairly light. Doesn't seem to weigh as much as he potentially should. And as you go to lift him up and you sort of stand up, you all hear in the distance a familiar shrieking sound coming from north along where the sphere sort of continues up north. And then another one, like another shriek in that same distance, same direction.
We should probably get going.
It seems the shadows are always on the prowl.
Probably run back if we can.
15 years,
Sorry?
keeping them at bay. Wasted.
Are you guys going?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm going.
Oh.
Let's run.
Yeah.
We
Run.
run.
Okay. I will just remove this stuff. And you guys are able to make your way back towards the border. It's not too difficult, but you can hear the shrieks coming closer and closer, and you get to this gap in between these two fences, hedgerows, like natural, very much overgrown natural hedgerows. One, which half of it is, well, most of like one part of the row is completely dead and wilted and withered, and then the other half is sort of extends further into the dome, which is full of life. And there's like blackberries growing on the bushes and such, and you can push through that small gap and get back inside the dome if you so wish.
Can I just say, I would have taken the body with.
Yes, Malachi's carrying it.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
That's right. Malachi's carrying it, and I assume someone else is carrying the rest of his belongings. Is anyone carrying the rest of his belongings?
Nonsense.
I
Not
go
me.
through
I mean,
the-
Flair's already
don't
robbed
shit.
the most valuable thing that he
What do we
owns. I
need?
mean,
Okay. Yeah, so you can make your way back, like, through the fields to the village. I mean, where are you heading?
We should take the body to my father.
Yeah.
It was last was bed.
just, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you can make your way to Darrendel's rest. Let me activate that here. Yeah, you come across this very nice, and if you like, most people, well, all of you would know of this place, and would have been here at some point. You just would have, for like medical attention or whatever, unless you're very much adverse to receiving potentially like free treatment or whatever it is here. Even if you're not interested in Durandal itself, they are some of the carers of the village in some way. And yeah, I mean, what are you doing? I imagine you're probably leading the charge into your house, your homestead.
Yeah, so I'd find father first off. Bringing the body.
Yeah, imagine he's got the body of Selene in the small it's not a temple, but the like chapel area almost, laid out on like a plinth almost, and is just essentially taking care of the body, as it were, at this point. So you'll be able to find him in there.
She wasn't the only one. Tim didn't make it back. Tom, sorry, didn't make it back.
He nods and continues what he's doing. He's just applying a few streaks of white paint across her face, 2 different streaks on her cheek, one slightly longer than the other, following, essentially, this isn't Durandal, but would be of the god that he knows that she is following, which is... And you would...
Videntria, is that one?
Yes, it would actually be that one. No, sorry, not Videntria for her, no. That was something else we discussed, and that was for Oscar. List of allowed guns, and it was Aquilin, who is the elemental voyager, who covers the domains weather, sea, and travel.
Does he have family? I've never seen him with anyone.
Tom, no, they all died. Or at least not in the village I know of.
What do we do with his things?
We hold them and send out word that he's passed and wait for people to claim them, and if not, give them to those who need them.
I think Flair was carrying some of his stuff.
Well, you know, people in need and all. I wanted to ask your parents actually something. I did get hit as well, and I lost a lot of life. I feel just like a little empty inside. Is there anything we can do about that, or is that just how I am now?
Carol sort of like walked in the room at this point and hears you saying that and takes a look at you and is like, "Ooh," and she's like following your cheekbone where she follows it and it's like indented into your mouth, like your cheeks are sunken, eyes are sunken, your skin is dry, and your lips are chapped. It's uncomfortable. She looks over and is like, "Oh, well, this looks like Selene as well, but not as bad." And sees like Tom's sort of like frozen corpse almost, and definitely not as bad as Tom.
Yeah, they sucked a bit out of me as well, those shadow people. Only a bit, though.
Perhaps we can see to all of you here. And we'll do a medicine check. Yeah, we'll do it. It would be a medicine check. For her. I can't quite work out what this is. It's strange. It's not natural.
It didn't feel natural. None of this feels natural.
It's almost as if these creatures, whatever they are sucking the life force, the vitality out of you.
I think they were doing it to the plants and animals outside of the dome as well.
Oh dear.
Maybe that's how it's
I would
powered.
assume that a being of spirit would steal the spirit to keep itself tethered to the mortal coil.
I don't know.
Perhaps such ghosts have stolen poor fragile Flair's soul.
Arnold.
No.
Make sure it lasted.
Surely not. I have my soul.
Arnold, natural 20 on their religion check I did there. This doesn't sound like something Somnia would do. I know we had them at the center of something here, but it seems almost strange that they would... This just doesn't smell like them, but I have limited knowledge. I can't quite place where this would be.
What can we do then?
Rest.
Malachi, do you know anything? Does this
Who's this?
sound like
Who's to
Somnia
say
might
this
be?
is the Lady of Dreams' work? It might be, it might not. It could be her way of transforming us from a small independent village into something more self-sustaining. It might not. It could be
Doesn't seem
order,
very...
it could be chaos. There's too much to say.
Just doesn't seem very dreamlike, does it?
No, this seems closer to that of the. I don't
Other
really
than
even
the
really
dreams which
know.
have been haunting me,
It doesn't seem
it
of this.
seems
It doesn't seem of this world.
definitely
Is there
not.
anywhere we could go where people would know about this?
And
Someone
Sea
could
Haven.
tell us more.
Sea Haven might be the closest, or
And
Meadow
they've got like
Spire.
priests and such there.
I mean, I think they do, but I don't think they have anyone who dedicatedly stays there. Most of the missionaries and such have long been and gone.
Right.
The best place for this kind of information would be River Haven. They perhaps have the biggest source of information. They're a city. We have towns like Sea Haven, which will potentially contain a priest. Or I mean, it should do. But I've not been there for a number of.
We could go to Sea Haven and we could see if there's a priest there. But if not, we're gonna have to get a boat, presumably, to River Haven.
Oh,
I don't know how it works. It sounds like one's on the sea and one's on a river, so I don't know how you'd get between the two, to be honest.
you'd essentially travel all the way down towards Brookside. Wait, no, sorry, it's not Brookside. Ooh, let me check because he would know this. I didn't have a name for this one. You'd have to go to. Well, you could either travel via carts, horse and cars, or you could try and jump on one of the trader ships that travels down towards River Haven. And the river that runs up, well, down from River Haven, you'd essentially get on a cart from down there. There's a few different routes, or along some of the boats.
Probably quickest, right?
I'd imagine so.
Do you know how much a boat costs? I mean, not to buy, just to go on.
That is a good question. Let me check.
We can buy a boat. We've got a platinum coin now.
Oh yeah, we got a platinum. We can buy our own boat.
Tom, I've just sent you a message. Could you?
Yep.
Sorry, my internet died again.
Oh, you lagged out. That's unfortunate. So, it would be. Where are my notes here? And the distance. I'm not entirely certain, but it may actually end up costing you more unless you can convince one of the captains to take you for cheaper. Maybe there's odd jobs you could do, but otherwise I imagine it'd probably cost you a decent amount. It's a good 700 miles down the coast. Quicker than by foot, but
Right.
quite far. I couldn't tell you an exact amount. You'd probably have to ask at Sea Haven.
We could.
Okay.
I know of a place on the way to Willow's Edge where we could get more information regarding Somnia and potentially this dome, or not.
We could always go back to where this started and ask.
What if he's not there anymore, though, Dave?
Well, it's worth a shot instead of
Need
going
to
700
stay.
miles.
I mean, Willow's Edge is only 100 miles, give or take. Not that far. I made
like
the trip when I
Malachi's
was
50.
15.
And after what the temple did to this place,
But
you
it's
can't
the only
trust
source
anything.
of information that we can get. Why didn't you say this before, Malachi? That we could go for more information somewhere.
It's where I was born. It's where I was raised. It's where poor Malachi hails from.
Okay, we have to go there then.
Edge.
We're
Okay,
Give
we
or
can
just
take
check
a
out
weird
this
as
little.
place.
Malachi.
I mean, I feel like we can go and check out this place, but this place is gonna be like barren around this dome when we come back, isn't it?
As long as we keep the poor villagers inside the dome, they shall be fine. The
Trying to figure out
shades,
what
the
this is,
spirits, the
right?
ghosts, the ephemeral beings only attack those on the outside. It's
So-
just visitors that should be careful, warned.
The thing is, if we put signs up, we're gonna have to move them every other day because they're just gonna keep growing in it.
Is it growing?
Yeah, it was growing.
Yeah, it was.
Then on our way out, we should place a sign quite far away saying turn away.
That's
Yeah.
smart.
Good idea.
Try
Can
to
anyone
save.
write?
I can write. I know many languages.
Alright. So
I
is the
know the
sign?
languages of the demons, the devils, the elves, the dragons, and the beings before all beings.
Right, well, if you could just write them in common, that'd be grand. I don't think anyone else is going to understand if we don't.
Yes, I can do common. Yes. Language of the common man, I can write.
Okay.
Yes.
And have you guys left Durandale's Rest, gone outside and walked sort of on the path and having this discussion?
Sure.
Yeah, I guess we're heading to the carpenter guy to ask him to make some signs for us.
So her name is... That would be Dave? No. Thalia Greenshade.
Alright. Well, I'll do the talking, I suppose, and maybe I can get a discount on these signs, considering we're trying to stop people from dying.
Yeah, so you can walk up to the building and you go to knock, but you can hear the sawing of wood around the back in the workshop, and so you can make your way around. Which, like, you know, Talia, you're somewhat knowledgeable with them. Like they'll help with supplying your farm with, and household with stuff.
Yeah.
They're the main woodswoman.
Woodswoman. I go in. Well, in the back.
Mm-hmm.
I say, hello there.
Oh, hello.
What is she? She sounds like a gnome.
She's a
Russian
she's a
stereotype.
halfling,
Oh,
fairly
sweet.
like older halfling.
Not interested. Sorry.
Not into that gilf.
Right. Yeah. Hello. We need some signs making. Maybe like, I don't know, how many entrances into the village are there? Like 4?
Entrances is there's quite a few, but
There's a big dome in it, so it doesn't really matter. I guess we'll have 8.
Main
don't need to put 'em
roads,
up all now.
really.
it's pretty big, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, the main entrances, you've got one main entrance. You got the back entrance to potentially go out the old ways around the anti-banditry bullshit. But the main one is off to the west.
Yeah. Right. All right. We'll have 2 for now, and then you can make 6 more. We'll be back in a bit.
Oh, okay. Here. How good do they need to be?
Not
We
very.
need to forewarn people of the dangers and the risks of coming to Thistledale.
Oh, Greta
With the
did tell me about that.
Yeah.
Sure. Give me 10 minutes. I'll knock something together. And they wander off to go get some scraps of wood and stuff to put together some signs.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So we want to put one at the front gate and the back gate in the dome, saying, "Warning: if you leave the dome, don't come back." I guess. Be careful.
If you leave the dome, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can have essentially it'll take like an hour or so where she puts together these how many was it you wanted? 6?
Just 2 for now.
2. Okay.
And we'll stick one by whatever.
Then
gate.
that would only take like 10-15 minutes or so.
Okay, yeah, cool.
She comes out and hands them off to you, and they're these fairly like rustic looking signs that you can paint on, which she supplies you with like a small wooden like of some black like charcoal paint.
Right, we'll let Malachi do it. Right. Warning: You're leaving the dome.
They're about a foot across, and the brush you're given is quite thick.
Okay.
So you can definitely attempt to, but it's going to take a performance check, and you'll need to tell me what you're going to write.
Maybe.
Danger zone. Danger zone.
So-
Danger zone.
On the one near the main entrance, I'm gonna write warning. If you pass this, you will die.
Is there enough room for that?
A bit long.
Just says minefield ahead.
Roll a performance check for me. And we'll give you advantage if Theo wants to help.
Yeah, I'll help. Yes.
You doubt me!
If he had given you advantage, that was a natural 6. So yeah, you're able to use like the edge of the brush to carefully and very depthly, as Theo is sort of like almost guiding your hand. It's almost like that. I've never seen the movie, but the scene in Ghost where he's like leaning over and guiding a hand, molding the clay.
Very sensual.
And you're like almost guiding his hand and telling him what to do here, as he was initially just going to start like with the big, like this large side of the brush and just try to like make large broad strokes, but you sort of kind of definitely sort of like provide some insight on how he potentially could do it, and you're able to actually, what is it you wanted to write?
Just warning, if you pass this, you will die.
You put like a skull and crossbones beneath it, and like warning, danger, do not pass. And that's what I think you can get away with on this front. And then what do you put on the other one?
Run real close real soon.
What?
Get like on the other side where
Tom.
if someone was approaching the dome, it is
okay.
get inside ASAP, like as soon as physically possible. Like just fucking run like your heart depends on
Turn
it.
back.
Like
Okay, so one is going to be on the inside of the dome.
yeah, and that is if you leave, you'll die.
Okay.
And the other one is get inside or you will die.
Okay, and you'll be placing that one after you've left, going along that road.
Yeah.
Path, yeah. Okay, cool. You can make both of those successfully on that front. So you can add those to your inventory because we are going to wrap up here. So if you just add in your inventory like warning signs, and then we can come back to that next session. But are you all looking to head out of town next session? Out of village?
So, I think we're going
Oh, we have to.
to Malachi's
Malachi's
birthplace.
place. Okay, interesting. I have to.
Yes. How do I add item?
If you're on your sheet, if you scroll down in your inventory to say just loot, and then there's like a button called add,
Yeah. Okay. Seen.
and then you just type in like warning signs and just put number 2, like make sure you have 2 of them. Cool. All right. Awesome. Good stuff. How is everyone feeling after that?
Yes.
Yes.
Glad to not be dead.
You know.
Warning.
Damp's raging.
Fine. Yay! There we go. Sorted.
Awesome. All right, well, that has been a lot of fun, a lot of cool moments, some awesome natural 20s, and a shit ton of natural 1s as well across the board, including for those monsters as well. They rolled pretty terribly aside from that one good roll, and also being able to shriek in your faces. No, Flag and absolutely fucked there by that natural 20. Like, losing 15 HP on your maximum, that is spicy. So you guys are going to need to work out how you're going to deal with that for next session. Because if you want to travel... Yeah. And keep in mind, if you guys are going to travel, there's going to be like we'll have like a travel sequence. Because you're going to be needing to travel if via roads, a fairly decent distance. And and well, actually part of it to get to Malachi's place, you're going to have to go off road.
I was gonna say, is there some carts in town, maybe, or something? I don't know.
Perhaps.
Probably.
And you also have to make your way through the dome and out the other side, through the wilted area on the other side of it as well. So I was going to have to keep that into consideration. Might be worthwhile you guys having a chat in a group message as well and figure out a few things. But yeah, really exciting, really fun. Let's just, yeah, we'll end the session there, and I'll switch on over to the end of stream thing. But thank you very much for everyone for watching. If you haven't already, make sure to go click and join the Discord, and also follow everyone on Twitter and other social medias if they have it. I've tagged them in one of my latest tweets. And we will be back in 2 weeks. Who exactly will be that, I think, may well be up in question. We might have a couple of people missing for reasons.
I will be, unless situations change.
Great. We're going to Malachi's, and Malachi won't be there.
Brilliant.
Well, we'll see how things go with life situations.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'll be here. Who knows?
If not, we go somewhere else.
Yeah, if not, there's still plenty of stuff to do around the town. It might just be that we then wait a session to go on that front. But we will be back on the 20th of January, and then the following one will be on the 3rd, and the one after that will be on the 17th of February. So make sure to, I don't know, join our Discord. We have I have listed all the events there when we're going to have streams and stuff and the times. Otherwise, if you sub, that'd be nice. If not, it doesn't really matter at the moment. But thank you very much for watching, and we will see you guys soon.